I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be heard, will need to add his or her name to the list outside council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at first, public invited to be heard. Speakers who do not place their names on the list will have the opportunity to speak during public hearing items this evening or at the final call, public invited to be heard on any item at the end of the meeting. We now have the minutes to approve from August 28th. Are there any corrections to be made or discussion? Just a minute. I don't have don't have a signal on my computer.
Can we get to go home?
Yeah. Yes. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move move approval of the August 28th, 2012 minutes.
Second. That's right. All right, it's been moved in second. Let's vote. I don't see the results of the vote, so. Okay. All right, I guess it
was 7-0.
7-0. All right. Shall we reboot the system, or? Councilmember Santos?
Thank you. Mayor, why don't we recess for about 5 to 10 minutes to allow staff to reset the system?
Okay. Okay, I guess we'll get started again. Does someone want to make a motion on the May 1st? Yeah. So, excuse me. Yeah, okay. That says September 4th. September 4th minutes. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the minutes for September 4th, 2012.
Second.
All right, let's vote. Can you announce the result?
Mayor, the vote was unanimous.
Okay. Valerie, are there any agenda revisions or submissions of documents?
Yes, Mayor Coombs. Staff sent you a resolution approving the purchase of the Ottaway property as a supplemental item last week on Friday. The Ottaways have since decided not to sell the property, so we're pulling that item back off the agenda, so you won't see that. Right. And then there were some additional documents tonight. Also on Friday you received, or Monday, you received a revised version of Ordinance 2012-59, which is item 8C, with the corrections that you asked for at the last meeting. And there are some revised pages for the 2013 budget discussion on your desk tonight, and Teresa will cover those when she makes her presentation.
All right. Is there a report from the city manager?
Mayor, Council, there's been some questions regarding the upcoming election and voting procedures, and Valerie will provide Council with an update on that.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Coombs and members of Council, I'm Valerie Skid, I'm your city clerk. And recently, you have heard from a couple of individuals regarding Boulder County's ballots and the recent Secretary of State ruling regarding barcodes. I'm here to provide you with what you know and explain what I can, and then if you still have questions after that, we can invite the county clerk or one of her staff members to come and give you a little more detail. But the county uses the HART voting system, which requires barcodes for scanning equipment to read and tally the votes properly and efficiently. There are 3 barcodes on the ballots that identify the election, the precinct and ballot style, and a number used to tie the ballot to the digital image in the scanning equipment. Recently, the Secretary of State's office banned the use of ballots containing any unique or sequential number or a barcode containing a unique or sequential number. Our county clerk had been anticipating that this rule was coming and began working on a solution prior to the rule coming. And she developed a solution that she believes will meet the intent of the rule, satisfy the state statutes, ensure voter anonymity, and still allow efficient ballot processing. Starting with the June primary is where she tested that out, and the county began printing ballots with repeating numbers on them. They expanded this effort for our November 6th election. There are basically 339 different ballot styles in Boulder County because of congressional district and municipal districts and school districts and all the special districts that are out there. So for each ballot style, at least 10 voters will receive the exact same ballot with the exact same barcode numbers on them, except in those precincts where there are fewer than 20 voters, and then all 20 of those voters will get ballots with the same barcodes. What the county does is process ballots as they come in batches of 150, so the likelihood of two of those repeating numbers showing up is pretty slim, and even if they do, they can narrow it down if they need to pull one of those ballots for review. In short, the ballots that the county prints repeat, the barcodes repeat, and they are not sequential. What the county clerk did was had the Secretary of State's office come down, went through the process with them, explained it to them, showed it to them, and the county clerk basically agreed that it meets the intent of the rule. The county is now waiting for that to come back to them in writing, but they have been verbally told that it meets the intent of the rule. So I have some handouts for you that I'll hand out in just a second. That is an op-ed piece that the county clerk wrote regarding the same issue, has some of the same information, but goes into a little more detail that I'll provide for you. But if you have any questions, perhaps I may be able to answer them. If not, like I said, I can get back with you with the answers or bring the county clerk in to talk with you.
Don't see any questions. I had that same conversation with the county clerk, and thanks for presenting.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, thank you, Valerie. I think before we get started with public invited to be heard, I want to make an announcement. You know, with all the stuff we have going on with a real detailed budget, I'd like to try a new process tonight when we're asking staff questions, that we just ask, one question or maybe, a complex question and get the answer. And then if there's other people in the queue, you go to the bottom of the queue to ask follow-on questions or other questions. That way we can get everybody involved more and make the process perhaps faster. And, we're just going to try this for a couple times, and if it doesn't work, we'll go back to the old way. But I think that will move the meeting along a little faster, so I'm going to give that a try. So the first person on the list tonight is Joanne Curvis. You have 3 minutes, so please state your name and address before beginning speaking.
Hello, I'm Joanne Curvis.
I'll try that again. Hi, I'm Joanne Curvis, 1231 Monarch Drive. I'm here tonight on behalf of Longmont Council for the Arts. I am the executive director, and I was unable to attend the last council meeting for a request from City Council because I was at the Colorado Creative Industries Conference. The Longmont Council for the Arts has been a lead agency along with the Longmont Downtown Development Authority in the creation of the Arts and Entertainment District. The conference that we were at was very valuable, and being designated one of the prospective districts has been really great for Longmont. We have obviously gotten financial resources, but being able to go to a conference like that and meet up with all these other districts that are trying to do the same thing we're doing was incredible. The thing that I really pulled from the conference was that Longmont is unique, and we have our own path that we're taking, but we can look at these other districts and see what they're doing and what kernels from what they're doing make sense for Longmont and really build on that. And I really give kudos to Kimberly McKee from the DDA and their board of directors for really making sure that we move the Arts and Entertainment District forward. I'd also like to request support again. Thank you for past support from the City of Longmont for the Longmont Council for the Arts, and we requested support in 2013. The Longmont Council for the Arts has been around since 1985, and we provide service to our artists and our youth and the community, providing all of our arts programming as well as our artists in residence in the schools, and support for our arts organizations as well as artists, and also working together as an art community to promote all of the arts. Our requests to the city ask for support for our artist in resident programs, where we bring a professional artist into the schools for a 40-hour program. These art programs are designed with not just the art teacher, but all of the teacher to really integrate into their curriculum the arts, so that they benefit in getting to work with an artist in the creative process, but they also benefit in other areas of study like math and science and reading. We also provide mini grants to our artists and arts organizations, which allows us to help bring new programs into fruition and help artists kind of take that next step in their career. The Art Enthusiast is our vehicle for promoting all of the arts in Longmont. Longmont Council for the Arts believes in collaboration, and we know that together we can achieve more, and that's what the Arts and Entertainment District is all about, and that's what the Art Enthusiast is about promoting what's going on here in Longmont. So I thank you for your past support, and we hope that you will support us again in 2013. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Paul Tiger?
Time's up already. Greetings, Paul Tiger, 452 Dixon. So I haven't heard this question in a while. I know that the two past mayors used to ask that, and what's right about Longmont? What do you like about Longmont? And people used to give a little bit of spiel. So that's the only reason I came down here tonight, was to tell you what I like about Longmont. I had a great summer. My bicycle was stolen, And I had the opportunity to buy a really nice, much better bicycle from one of the many pawn shops here in town. And then had lots of time to cruise around and look at the different trails that we have. My little small wheels wouldn't take me to all those places in as much time before. I had a great summer. I've discovered that most of Longmont is made out of dry, fine clay. And the arts project that used to be my backyard is now a sculptured green yard that my wife loves. Everything seems to be fine. There's a beautiful intersection that they're redoing over there at 3rd and Alpine. They might actually get that done before the snow flies. They found some interesting things under the middle of the road. And I'm just having a very nice time, and it's a great place to live. Every time that I go to that town to the west of us where my mother lives, I look at the vista and say, isn't it beautiful to live here in Longmont? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Barb Dunk, followed by Strider Dunstan.
Mayor Combs Council, I'm Barb Brunk, 105 South Sunset. I'm here this evening to ask for your vote as part of the Chase Community Giving grant process for Hoover Community. I have some campaign literature that I printed myself, so there's no cost to the campaign. And a short campaign message. I'm Barb Brink, and I approve this message. I'm a volunteer for Hoover Community, a local nonprofit providing housing and services for seniors in Longmont. You may be familiar with Hoover Manor Independent Senior Residence and Beatrice Hoover Assisted Living Residence. The amazing staff at Hoover Community provide kind, compassionate, professional care and services for the residents. What you may not be aware of is Hoover at Home Services. This service is designed to help seniors remain safe, well, and independent in their own home, which I know from my choice will be where I want to be when I am aging gracefully. Hoover Community is in the process of expanding those services off our campus into the community at large, which will expand choices for seniors for housing in Longmont. Hoover Community has been nominated to receive a grant from Chase Community Giving. They have $5 million to distribute in grants. The amount of funding for Hoover Community is based on the number of votes we get. If you have a Facebook page or a Chase account, you can vote, and voting ends at the end of the day tomorrow. So I'm here straight-faced to ask you to vote early and vote often for Hoover Community at Chase Community Giving's Facebook page. You just click on their page, click on Vote Now, search for Hoover Community as your charity, and vote. And if you do that and like it on Facebook and somebody picks it up off of your page, you get 2 votes. There are also other charities in Longmont competing for funding. I know Joanna is here. Longmont Council for the Arts also needs your vote. And I'm asking everyone here in council chambers and everyone watching at home to vote early and vote often for Hoover Community. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Barb. Strider Benson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. I hope to get off this broken record thing, but so many things keep coming up. Today I have to speak on behalf of the 47%. I find it very interesting that a candidate for president declared, and I quote, "So my job is not to worry about those people, the 47% who he claims pay no federal income tax." Well, I find that interesting. Who is that? Well, 61% of them are Social Security retirees who have worked all their life. A lot more are full-time workers working 2 or more jobs even, who make such low wages they can't make enough to where they qualify. And the disabled and students and people in the far rural areas, etc. And the multimillionaires who stash their take in secret Swiss bank accounts in the Cayman Islands and especially in Bermuda. So the key point behind all this is I find it very interesting that a person running for the highest office in the land who refuses to release his federal income taxes, claiming that he pays a great deal, is condemning in a very, very cynical manner those who cannot afford to pay the taxes or who have worked all their life and don't qualify in that realm, because he says they're going to vote for the other guy anyway. Actually, probably 40 or 50% of those people are Republicans, so that'll be interesting. But the key point is voter suppression. They know that they cannot win a fair election. So if you can suppress 10 or 12 million people from the right to vote through all kinds of new changes in the elections in 34 states, especially elderly people, disabled people, students, minorities, poverty-stricken people, that might be enough to swing it. If that happens, I think even the pretense of democracy in this country is over. We have to hang in there for the right to vote, because that is the absolute minimum of a democratic society, is that people have the right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Excuse me, sorry. Strider. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just not with it tonight. Valerie, do you want to introduce the first item?
Mayor Coombs, the next set of items are second reading public hearings. First item is 8A, Ordinance 2012-57, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for the expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2012. And there is no staff presentation, but we do have staff present to answer questions.
Is there anybody you'd like to ask a question? Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I had called Harold about this. For my benefit and for the benefit of our citizens, in the future, maybe once a month or whatever, if we could combine all of our legal expenses and expenses dealing with our oil and gas ordinances that are above and beyond what our own staff is doing. For example, the water fund, the $1,900 and that comes from the water fund, and the $5,900 from the open space fund. And if you could combine those all together so we can see exactly what that's costing, I would appreciate it.
Staff has been putting together a calculation and they're refining that. And you answered one of my questions about saying above normal staff, and so that helps us putting that information. But they're working on that, and hopefully we should have a draft by next week that we can send to council.
Okay, I guess I'll open this for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Councilmember Santos.
Mr. Mayor, I would move ordinance 2012-57.
All right, let's vote.
Mayor, that passed unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
And your next item is ordinance 2012-58, a bill for an ordinance amending the 2012-2016 capital improvement program. There also is no staff presentation with this.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to come down and speak to this item? I guess seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 2012-58.
All right, let's vote.
Mayor, that passed unanimously.
All right, thank you. Moving on.
The next item is ordinance 2012-59, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 11 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding parking for the disabled. And Melva Douglas, our utility billing manager, is here to make a short presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and members of the council. I was here on August 28th bringing forward this ordinance, and the ordinance at that point read, no person shall obstruct, and no owner or manager of property shall permit an obstruction to remain on a parking space reserved for use by persons with disabilities, whether on public property or private property available for public use. For the purpose of this section, an accumulation of 2 inches or more of snow for 24 hours is an obstruction. And council approved the ordinance if we would change the verbiage, because member Bagley was concerned that if a city plow truck puts snow in a handicap parking spot or a disabled parking spot, and the mom and pop operation had to go out and dig it out, that it was not spelled out in the ordinance that the city should take care of its own business. So it now reads, no person shall obstruct, and no owner or manager of property shall permit on obstruction to remain on a parking space reserved for use by persons with disabilities, whether on public property or private property available for public use, except that only the city shall be responsible for any parking space it causes to be obstructed. For the purpose of this section, an accumulation of 2 inches or more of snow for 24 hours is an obstruction.
Thank you. Any Councilmember Bagley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't think anybody else had any comments, so I think you need to do your thing, but once the mayor's done, I move that we adopt ordinance 2012-59 as amended.
We have to have the public hearing on this item first. So is anyone from the public who would like to speak to this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, it's been seconded. Let's vote.
Mayor Coombs, that passes 6-0 with Councilmember Santos absent.
Okay.
And your next item is ordinance 2012-60, a bill for an ordinance amending chapters 15.04 and 15.10 of the Longmont Municipal Code to allow alkaline hydrolysis as an accessory use in conjunction with the veterinary hospital or funeral home. There is no staff presentation on this, but we do have staff present to answer questions.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess I don't know exactly when this is going to pop up, but I know that there were some concerns. I spoke with some of the members of the community, and I know that I spoke with Eugene May earlier this afternoon, and there is a possibility that, and Eugene told me what the particular provision was, so I believe you said it was so I sounded smart, Eugene. But in Regulation 1508, which are the rules pertaining to nonconformity, etc., the building code, it is possible that if we go ahead and add in the words that are currently suggested, that if they want the 3 funeral homes that are in town, if they ever want to begin this process, well, then they can't do that without moving. And it would seem that 2 of the 3 already have a crematorium, and if we were to not address it and list specifically that they are grandfathered in, it's possible that the city could tell them, no, you can't do this particular process because you're not in conformance with the ordinance. So I spoke with Eugene, and I haven't read it, but I believe the city attorney and the city staff provided some suggested changes in the event that council wanted to include those changes in the ordinance, and I'd be curious to know what genius was hatched this afternoon.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and council members. Ava Pehajevsky, Economic Development Department. We were contacted by one of the funeral home owners a couple weeks ago about this. We met as planning staff and made the determination that they would be grandfathered, that the use is currently what we would call legal non-conforming because they are within 500 feet of a residential zone now, but they were already there before we had that provision put in place. So they essentially, what we would call, have grandfather rights, and we just felt this is a use that's already allowed with their grandfather rights, and the alkaline hydrolysis would just run with it. If you would like us to insert language into the ordinance specifically addressing the funeral homes to make others more comfortable, we're certainly open to that. We did work out some draft language, and I don't know if Eugene wants to run with that.
The proposal will be to add new section 6. Currently existing funeral homes at time of adoption of this ordinance are permitted to add alkaline hydrolysis use within their existing building pursuant to Municipal Code 1508-020A and 1508-030.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Did you notice that I turned off my mic, though, to go through the circle?
Good job.
Following the chairman's lead. I think it would be a good idea to add this because in 5, 7, 10 years, this council won't be here. Maybe Mr. May won't be here. Maybe Mr. Dominguez won't be here. And at some point, city staff, and they might not read the ordinance the same way that Eva just described it. So I think it's a good idea that we actually specify so there's no confusion and we would put some of our friends here in the community at ease. So I would move that we actually add that language to the ordinances.
Second.
I haven't finished my motion, but that's good enough. Yeah.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about specifically the one site that wants to have the process incorporated. It currently, the 104 South Main, the current zoning is mixed industrial, but I understand from reading some other documents that city staff is working with that area to look at transitioning that TOD area to mixed use. So how would we resolve a potential conflict between mixed use that would surround maybe one isolated island of mixed industrial?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Levison, there's some discussion about some rezoning, but that hasn't been put forward. So currently that property is being used as a veterinary clinic. The zoning code only allows cremation and potentially alkaline hydrolysis with a veterinary hospital. So we've been working with the applicant and Aspen Meadows Vet Clinic to go back to Planning Commission potentially next month and move them with conditional use approval to a veterinary hospital. That would put them in compliance with code to do this type of use. I don't know of any plans to do any TOD rezoning at that location specifically. So there would not be any conflicts that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I guess we haven't had the public hearing on this item, so is there anyone from the audience that'd like to speak on this item at this time? Oh, he's...
Mayor and council members, I'm Heath Carroll, 1217 Carolina Avenue. Obviously, I own Carroll Llewellyn Funeral and Cremation Services and Foothills Gardens of Memory. Based on the language that was just presented about alkaline hydrolysis, I would support that, and that would lay the majority of my concerns to rest for all 3 funeral homes. Obviously, Longmont is fortunate. We have 3 really good funeral homes and 3 great families that take care of the community, and we don't want to lose that. So I would ask council to please make the amendments that were suggested and pass this ordinance with the amendments. Thank you so much.
So I guess my question is, option 3 seems to be the recommended option along with Councilmember Bagley's amendment to the motion. So do you want to restate your motion and clarify that to say option 3 and your...
Mayor Coombs, you have to adopt his amendment before you can adopt option 3.
Okay, all right. All right, so we've got amendment. We've got to vote on that.
Mayor Coombs, that passed 7-0.
All right. Councilmember Bagley.
And I move that we pass ordinance 2012-60 as amended.
With option 3? Okay, all right, okay. Let's vote.
Mayor Coombs, that passed 7-0.
All right. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding ordinance 2012-59, had I been at my seat, I would have voted yes. Unfortunately, I had to get up and excuse myself.
Okay, Mayor Coombs, and the next item on your agenda is the consent agenda. First item is ordinance 2012-61, a bill for an ordinance amending section 4.72.045 of the Longmont Municipal Code on economic development incentives. The public hearing and second reading is scheduled for October 9th, 2012. Item B is resolution 2012-75, approving the intergovernmental agreement for bus service between the city of Fort Collins and the city of Longmont. Item C is Resolution 2012-76, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and county of Broomfield, Boulder County, the cities of Boulder, Lafayette, and Louisville, and the towns of Lyons, Superior, Jamestown, Nederland, Ward, and Erie for the Home Consortium Intergovernmental Agreement. Item D is Resolution 2012-77, approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and Boulder County Housing Authority for its housing counseling program. Item E is approve and authorize the mayor to sign the Fraternal Order of Police and International Association of Firefighters collective bargaining agreements. And item F is refer requests for disposition of open space to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And staff does not have any items that they need to pull.
All right. Is there any discussion on any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Councilmember Levison.
Yes, I'd like to remove 9A for question, please.
All right. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I'd like to pull 9E.
Councilmember Witt.
I'd like to move the consent agenda minus 9A and 9E.
Second.
All right, let's vote.
Mayor Coombs, that passed 7-0.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had when I was going through the information today, I noticed that when we were, the ordinance had a provision in it around the job, if there was a failure of a company to provide the jobs that were noted in the incentive, that they wouldn't be eligible for any further incentives. Can you just explain, I know we have clawback provisions, where we would normally put in a clawback provision?
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. Brad Power. I'm the director of the Economic Development Department. Councilmember Levison, the issue of clawbacks related to supporting primary job incentives, that's the notion if a company fails to perform and fill the requisite number of jobs that we've agreed to, that the city's entitled back to a proportionate share of the benefit that they receive in terms of rebates from our development-related fees. What we've been doing as a matter of practice, particularly in the last 18 months when we've done 3 of these, we've made those specific performance indicators in our contracts with the companies directly, because that is the central measuring point for which we are implementing the entire program rather than referring to it in the ordinance. That has become a standard practice as we're negotiating these agreements, and we would propose to continue to do it that way, is place that clawback provision directly into the agreement that we negotiate with the companies.
Great, I agree with that. And one other suggestion that I would like to see, since this will be done, a lot of these may come forward to be done administratively, I would, just as a suggestion, like to see that if we, for example, reach $600,000 in a year, at that point, maybe in the calendar year, the council gets a report on the particulars of each incentive deal. Just so that, you know, when you exceed $500,000 in incentives, it'd be nice to have something in the public record that we could have a presentation on or a discussion, because normally council would be handling some of this, and it's just nice to be able to toot the horn of what we're doing with our incentive money, and that if we would, that's what. You know, not that many deals at the $75,000 maximum. So, and that would be great success if we, by the midpoint of every year, we hit $600,000. That would be absolutely lovely. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you just incorporate that into the economic development report that you guys send us?
We could, but I think, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, I think Councilmember Levison makes a good suggestion that just in terms of the light of day of these things, to maybe even do an annual report would make sense in terms of summarizing what we've done throughout the year.
Sure, I know. I mean, but you know, it might be something to go ahead and do.
We would add it to our monthly report.
Yeah, and then
we would
certainly do that at the end of the year. It'd be nice to know. Okay. Well, I didn't pull this. I'll let the person pull it, move it.
Okay. Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Councilmember Santos and Mayor. I'd like to move ordinance. Of course, I'm not going to be able to get to the top. 2012-61 for adoption.
All right, let's vote.
Mayor Coombs, that passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Who pulled E? Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I pulled 9E because I wanted just to make you guys aware and also ask a question. Before, I was with my wife at dinner before we came to council meeting tonight, and we were having dinner, and Steve Scholes, the president of the FOP, was there at our chaise. And so we called him over, and we were just chit-chatting about kids, etc. And he just mentioned one thing, and we were chit-chatting about the agenda and about, you know, how did the collective bargaining agreement go and stuff. And he did not want me to say anything. He did not want me to hold anything up, etc. But nevertheless, I'm a city councilman, so representing 1/7 of the, you know, of the executive body of the city, I thought it would be appropriate at least to mention it. So the question is going to be, what do we do when something falls through the cracks and it probably should be addressed, but it was a good faith, good honest mistake, so to speak. And what he was addressing to is at some point during the negotiations, he asked the city, it was brought up, apparently when you've got a temporary commander, someone gets promoted to kind of cover, there was an issue as to whether or not the member of the FOP was going to be paid by the commander, or like a commander. And I don't want to, here comes the chief, but so I guess as a city councilman, I didn't want to let that go, at least not addressed, because I don't want Steve and the rest of the department to think that, I mean, he did mention it. I want to make sure that our police force knows that I heard it. And my question is, what would the process be once we agree to this to make sure that we address that concern?
Mayor, members of council, Mike Butler, Public Safety Chief. FOP President Steve Schultz did bring that concern to my attention. We've had some conversations with HR and the city attorney, and I can tell you that we will be having further conversations with FOP President Steve Schultz in the future about that issue.
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Like I said, he didn't even want me to bring it up, but I just wanted to, I mean, council heard him, you hear him, and I just want to make sure that, yeah, that's on the radar. So that's all I wanted to bring up. Thanks.
Technically, there's also a process to go in and address those issues.
Okay. Councilmember Bagley.
I move that we pass. I I move that we approve and authorize the mayor to sign the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, and International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, collective bargaining agreements.
All right, that's it.
Mayor, that item passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Next item on your business is general business, and that's presentation of issues of the 2013 proposed budget and first public hearing. Teresa Malloy, our budget manager, will introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Teresa Malloy, the city's budget manager. And before I introduce this item, I just want to briefly talk about the items that was left at your desk this evening. So for those of you who get a paper packet, was the copy of the council communication and all the attachments for this evening. So those were left for you to place in your budget document. What was also left for you were copies of some CIP projects as well as some updated budget pages, and I just want to quickly go through those, and then you'll hear more about those as we go through the presentation this evening. So two CIP projects. The first one you will hear about when we get to the CIP item. That's the PR 121 project. The next CIP project is MS 149. You have two versions of that project, and you will hear about that when we get to the fees and rate increase section of our presentation this evening. Next, you have some budget pages. So the first one is revenue pages for the general fund, and that's followed by the expenditure pages for the Union Reservoir, and we will talk about those when we get to the fee section of the presentation. Then you have some DDA fund statements that are going to replace the pages in your proposed budget document, and you'll hear about those when we get to the DDA section. And then finally, you've got the open space fund statement and the water acquisition fund statement. These go along with the changes that we've made to PR 121. So it's a new proposed funded project. Therefore, we've updated the budget pages for you as well. So we will talk about those more a little later. So this evening, the topics that we have for you are briefly follow-up information from our September 4th meeting, where we were talking with you about our pay and classification plan. We're going to talk a little bit about financial policies, and then we're going to talk about the Longmont Downtown Development Authority. And then the Gulf Fund, and then we're going to move into fee increases. Then we're going to talk about our capital improvement program and the projects that were part of a pre-recorded presentation. Going to talk a little bit about the public improvement fund. Then we're going to talk about grant-funded services. So this was some information that Councilmember Levison had asked for us to bring back when we were here in July. Then we're going to talk about the city's prioritization process in the general fund. And then finally, we're going to wrap up the evening with our first public hearing on our budget and CIP. So let me start off then with the follow-up from the prior council meeting. So during that council meeting on September 4th, there were several questions that were asked in regards to average salary information, and then some variety of questions that were asked around our compensation plan. And so we have provided you with the answers to those questions. I don't plan on going through those. However, I do want to point out that Bobby King from Human Resources is here if you have any other questions in response to this information.
Don't see any.
No? So one thing I should have pointed out when I was kind of going through the topics that we're going to discuss with you this evening. So our goal is to get through all of this evening and therefore not have to meet with you on Thursday, this coming Thursday. However, if we don't make it through everything this evening, or you would like to have some more in-depth conversation, we do still have Thursday reserved as a separate meeting to talk about budget items. Okay, so then we're going to move into the financial policies. So every year, as part of the budget process, staff reviews and updates our financial policies. And I will point out that attachment P, that begins on page S145 through S159 of your council communication, is the proposed updates to the policies. The updates are reflected in strikeout for words and phrases that are to be that are proposed to be eliminated from the policies for 13. The bold is new information that we're proposing to add, and then there are several policies where you will see in the implementation statement, the statement that it will be updated after the 2013 budget is completed. So those are policies that reference budget numbers in the document. So once that document, once we get final direction from you and we know what our final budget numbers are, then those will be updated to reflect those numbers. The other thing I would point out is that you will adopt these policies by resolution. That resolution will come back to you October 23rd. So at that point, you will see the final version of the policies. And I guess the other thing to point out is if you have direction on changes that you would like us to make to any of these policies, we could take that direction tonight, or if you would like to wait until the October 2nd meeting, we can do that as well. So I do have 3 policies that I want to go through, and certainly we can provide any additional information on any of those policies that you see in attachment P. But 3 of them in particular that I wanted to call your attention to. So the first one, and I'm on page S128 of the council communication. So the first one is the General Improvement District Fund policy. This would be a new policy that we would like to put in place. So it's a new policy. However, it is our standard operating procedures today. We really just wanted to document it as a policy. So this policy states the city will provide landscaping and right-of-way maintenance to the General Improvement District via an annual intergovernmental agreement with the Downtown Development Authority. The direct costs of the service will be recovered from the GID fund. However, any indirect or overhead costs will not be recovered. So again, that is our standard practice today and has been in the past our standard practice, and we just wanted to document it as a policy. So the second policy is our recreation fees. So earlier this year, the sports field maintenance service was moved from our park service over to our recreation division, from Parks Division over to Recreation Division, to take advantage of better efficiencies in actually maintaining those sports fields. So when that service was part of the parks, it was not required to be cost recovered. And now that we have shifted that service over to the Recreation Division, we just wanted to change the policy to note that that would be an exempt service, along with the other exempt services that are called out, exempt from the 80% cost recovery. Okay. And then the third policy that I wanted to bring to your attention, again, is not, this is just a clarification of our existing practice. But it's a little more extensive than just a couple of words. And so this one is on page, in the policies, it's page S159 in attachment P, towards the end of attachment P. It is the relocation of existing utility facilities in our right-of-way. And what we would like to add is the last sentence in bold that says, for existing utilities in the right-of-way or in an easement that requires relocation due to utility improvements, the utility requiring the relocation will fund the relocation. So again, it's our existing current practice. We just wanted to document it as part of this policy. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention is a correction that I need to make in attachment P. So page S156, attachment P. This is the section of the policies under the enterprise funds section, and I just wanted to point out that the implementation statement that we added under the sewer services to city facilities really belongs up under the water services to city facilities. And so when we bring back the final version of these policies, that change will be made. So those are the policies that I wanted to bring to your attention. So I just wanted to see if there are any questions on these or any of the others, or if you have any direction that you'd like to provide us this evening.
Councilmember Finley.
I had a couple of questions. I noticed that the 1.6% of our general fund goes to community services.
Human Service Agency funding.
Agencies. However, there are other monies that go towards those things as well, such as grants and, well, I've been looking here. Here's entitlement funds. Next time, or sometime in the future, if we could have all the funds that go into that service, not just the 1.6%, but all the other money that's spent there, if we could see what that is, it would be helpful to me to know exactly how much that is.
Okay.
And then the other thing I had on here, obsolete items in the warehouse inventory that have not been moved in 2 years unless designated for use by departments will be declared obsolete and discarded. Couldn't some of those things be sold?
So Councilmember Finley and Mayor, the city does have a practice of selling scrap items. Yes, we do.
Sounds like they were just tossed.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that I'm putting my arrows in the right parts. When you said the adjustment under the new wording, it's under sewer service. So basically what you want us to do is just move it up like 6 or 8 lines underwater. That's the section.
Correct, Councilmember Levison. So the section that is in bold that starts with the value of water provided needs to be moved up under the section that says water services to city facilities, under the right immediately after the sentence that says the city currently follows this policy. So it's just in the wrong
So just policy. Move it up 3 lines essentially.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. The obsolete items, I just had the fortune of being in part of one of the warehouses today, and with LPC. We're talking all the warehouses, or just which warehouses are we talking about?
In regards to the policy itself?
Yes, the obsolete items.
So Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Santos, it's not just items from a warehouse that gets auctioned. It could be items in offices. It's spread throughout the whole city, basically.
My only concern is, in talking with Dennis, the warehouse manager, there are items that, especially with LPC, that may be obsolete by standard throughout. I don't want to say. There may be items that are obsolete that we no longer purchase, but we still have some of those items in work and being used. And we do have a couple of transformers that might be that we keep on somebody's phone's going off. That we might keep just on hand in case something were to go down, especially with LPC. So I don't know, Harold, do you want to?
Correct.
See where I'm going?
I see exactly where you're going.
Not doing very well. I've been with LPC most of the day.
Right.
Thanks, Tom.
When I first got here, I went on the same tour, and in that instance, and really it's probably not even specific to LPC, but any department where we know that we have older equipment, they will keep those spare items. And ultimately, it's a department that determines whether or not they're involved in the decision and determining whether or not something's obsolete. So they are part of that process. It's not something that we automatically go through. And I know that Dennis?
Yes, Dennis, the warehouse.
We had that discussion in terms of what he keeps, and he has a pretty good sense of what they need and what they don't need and what's obsolete. So there's more discussion. It's not this automatic, we hit this date and they auction it, sell it.
Right, because
there's more of a process.
In my discussions with LPC staff today, they have there's stuff out there that's 20, 35 years old, but we keep maybe one item just in case that one goes down, and whenever it's time to go to the next standard, we will. But in a short period of time to repair something, we need to be able to fix it quickly, so our customers aren't affected. So just checking. Thank you.
Okay,
Other questions on policies? Okay, then we're going to move into the Longmont Downtown Development Authority, and Jim Golden and Kimberly McKee are going to cover this section for you.
Nick Coombs, members of council. I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance. And as Teresa said, Kimberly McKee, the LDDA Executive Director, is also here with me tonight. And we're going to take you through the proposed budget for the DDA. I think you need to... Oh, wait. Valerie, can you put it up there? Maybe. Yes. Thanks. So I wanted to review a little bit about the DDA's budget and how it's comprised so that you all have a good understanding of what makes up that budget. We have, within the council communication, identified all the different funds that are included in that budget, so I wanted to touch on each of them here in this presentation. DDA is a separate governmental entity from the city under the state law, but it was created by the city. It has the council does approve its budgets and appropriations as per the state statutes, so as a special financing relationship, and therefore is included within the city's overall comprehensive annual financial report. The DDA has 8 separate individual funds that they maintain. They're similar to how the city has like 30 or 50 type funds within our CAFR. And in addition to those 8 DDA funds, there are 2 other funds that they manage for the city, one being the General Improvement District and the other Downtown Parking Fund. On this slide, the list is a list of all of those funds. The 8 DDA funds are its operating fund, debt service fund, a construction fund, development incentive program, CDBG fund, marketing and advertising fund, arts and entertainment fund, and the facade improvement program. So I'm going to take you through each of those budgets briefly. The operating fund, it's kind of like the DDA's general fund, so all of its general operations costs for operating the entity are run through this this fund. It has a 3.31 mill levy that generates $125,000 is what's projected to be generated in 2013 from this mill levy. And just so you get a sense of it, we received $140,000 from that same mill levy in 2011. So within 2 years, that's down to $125,000, and that's mostly due to declining property values. Also could be some properties that might have been removed from the tax rolls. In this budget, question?
Councilmember Witt.
I'm sorry. Why did we do the alley improvement project? I thought we were supposed to get more people in the downtown if we did this alley-scape project and it looks like it's going exactly the wrong way? Just asking.
Mayor Coombs, members of council. So I was talking about the city's property, the property values within the DDA. So and those have gone down. The assessed valuation, just like the city's assessed valuation, has gone down with declining in property values. So and I think Kimberly actually is going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about some of the projects that they have been doing to try to bring people downtown. So I think she could probably answer that further. Councilmember Levison?
So, Jim, but part of this could be the fact that when a property that was operated under private hands turns into a nonprofit, like when the In-Between purchased that other apartment building, that comes off the tax rolls. So it may not have actually been like when Village Place came off the tax rolls, there was a dip because it's a nonprofit, they don't pay property taxes. So that could be one of those explanations.
That's correct. Councilmember Samori.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So on the mill, I know that when we originally went to the voters, we asked for 5 mil, but we only collected 3.31. So with the decline in property values, why couldn't we just go to the 5 mil to increase the budget?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, that is an option. I think the council, as well as the DDA board, has discussed that in the past. We do believe, and we've discussed this with our city attorney currently, as well as previous city attorney, about whether or not that could be done with or without a vote. We believe it was authorized in the original vote back in '81, and so that could be done if the council wanted to, council and the DDA board wanted to move in that direction.
I guess I would suggest that we as council consider that, because that would help probably alleviate some of the requirements for one-time funds as well.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you. Kimberly, has the DDA board addressed going to 5 mils?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, it is something that we have talked about in retreats as an option. We haven't made any kind of recommendation yet, but certainly as we are looking at putting everything on the table, that's a big one that we will be discussing in the future to see if that makes sense and how that's good. And I think it was reduced back in 1992. But it certainly may be time to look to put it back to where it was to begin with.
Well, and I would agree with Councilmember Samori, potentially looking at raising, if 5 was voted on and the DDA is only collecting 3.3, perhaps we go to the 5. But I would be interested in hearing what the DDA board members and the consensus of that board has to say about doing that, and what their recommendation would be.
Certainly start those discussions.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess, when was the LDDA established?
That would be 1981.
And that's when they voted on the mill?
That's correct.
I guess, I don't know why, but that number was the first time that's what I thought I'd heard. But so my question is, just out of curiosity, do we see a difference between 1990? I mean, that's a long time ago. I was like 8, 9. And so my question is, so what is the difference between the downtown Longmont in 1981 and today? And my question is, if we've been taxing and they've been milling and all this stuff, what have we seen over the last 31 years? And I guess your comment, that date, made me think, do we need to reassess what we're doing with downtown?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, so at that point in time as well, in 1981, the tax increment financing was put into place. And so as growth in property values within the DDA took place over the 1982 base year value, it's generated tax increment dollars that have grown to as high as $1.15 million just a year and a half ago. And So that kind of reflects the growth in the property values that have taken place since 1981, which can be directly or indirectly attributed to the activities of the DDA, as well as just increasing property values as we've seen elsewhere in the city and throughout the state. So.
Councilmember Witt.
Another thing that I just thought of is probably the properties haven't been assessed since the improvements went in. What ramification does the fact that this went into effect prior to Tabor, does that affect whether or not you are able to increase without going back to a vote?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, that has become, that's kind of mixed in with some of the discussion. I refer to our discussions with previous city attorney and the current city attorney about that. We've gotten mixed recommendations in that respect, and Tabor is a factor in that. But we can bring that issue back to you for discussion again.
It's clear.
Councilmember Bradley. Thank you, Mayor Combs. I guess I've always thought, I mean, I'm new to council, I'm fairly new to Longmont, a little over a decade. You're new, new council. I guess I've always thought of downtown as a revitalization effort, but it's been 31 years. So my question is, I mean, that's a long time to have a revitalization program. So my question is it working? I mean, after 31 years, if we haven't made progress, we need to reassess, because that just doesn't seem like it's a smart thing to continue doing.
Mayor Coons and members of council, I kind of look at downtowns and downtown development and management as you manage your home. If you fix your home up 31 years ago and say, woohoo, I'm done, try to start 31 years later, and you're going to be in a world of hurt. And so any good downtown development organization is always revitalizing itself. Each day it knows it can be better. Each day it knows it can make more progress. And we have seen downtowns go up and down, up and down, up and down. And unfortunately, we will stay on this roller coaster. It's just the nature of the business. But it's a great time for downtowns right now. The one thing that I have to say is it's a marathon, not a sprint. And some of these things, when we talk about the alleyscape, it will take a while for that to get on the tax rolls and to really be seeing the difference. But people are seeing the difference today. It's constantly something that you have to keep up on, and it's constantly something. It is really the living room of the entire community. So when we invest in downtown, we're investing in every neighborhood, in every citizen, in every person. And it's an ongoing job that you have to keep up with. And so I do think it's been a very worthwhile investment, and I think it'll be an extraordinarily worthwhile investment in the future.
Brian, I really like my new alley, and I like the way you handled the project and kept us informed and
thank you.
Minimized the glitches, so thank you.
Thank you, sure.
Councilmember Sarah, or listen.
That's okay. Just call me anything, I'll answer. I just wanted to point out something that I started working on, some background reading on TIFs and DD days, and there's actually a new paper, a working paper from Lincoln Land Policy Institute that actually addresses the closure of downtown development districts and TIF districts, and some of the analysis involved at what time the districts were started. Apparently there's some mathematical equations you can run with the dynamics of whether districts were started during recession or a recovery or pre-recession. And I think 81 would qualify. Weren't we in recession in Colorado in 1981? I mean, that's what I sort of remember the beginning of the 80s anyway. But I'm thinking that the working paper at least talked about that those districts have a longer longevity to them, not just the normal 31 years. I think that the average is maybe 40 years. And we're doing a renewal of the district anyway, correct? Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Mayor Coombs. So then, getting back into the DDA operating funds budget, So that 3.31 mill levy, if it were to be increased to 5 mills, so that would increase that property tax by about 50%, which would make a difference in this fund, because what we've been doing in recent budgets is balancing its ongoing revenues and expenditures by having a transfer of interest revenue from our TIF reserve balances to cover our ongoing expenses. So in 2013, the largest transfer to date is $38,600. That's budgeted for that purpose. In addition to that, this fund, again, like I said, it's the operational expenses for the DDA, so it has $122,000 for salary and benefit costs. And we'll, in a few minutes, show you the breakdown of how staff is allocated across these funds. And then there's $57,000 for different O&M line item costs, including office lease at $12,000, insurance at $6,500, $20,000 budgeted for cleaning and maintenance for alleys in downtown and breezeways, and then $5,000 for the holiday lights as if and when funded by the city through the one-time program. Council one time. So the next fund is the DDA Debt Service Fund. So this is where the DDA TIF revenue resides. We have budgeted that at $1,050,000 next year. It's been declining as well with the property values. So like I said, it peaked a year and a half or so ago. 2013 is the final year that the TIF revenue will be using the 1982 base year. And so after that, we expect it's going to drop below $400,000 in 2014. Going to make a big difference on ability for the DDA to do programs and capital projects. We can only use TIF revenue to pay debt service. So as you're familiar with, we usually do we used to do some bond issues when we did streetscaping projects and such, and we needed to use the dollars before we had it on hand. Now that we've accumulated some dollars on hand, we've instead used our fleet fund within the city to do some loans that are repaid within the month so that we can access TIF funds. The 2013 budget proposes to use $123,000 of TIF revenue for the marketing and advertising program. The next fund is the construction fund. It's where the DDA's capital projects are accounted for. In 2012 and actually 11 as well as budgets, we have been working, as we referenced, the downtown alley improvement projects, which is DR8. Those are expected to be completed next year, but we have fully budgeted those projects in phases 1 and 2 for 11 and 12. So there is no new budget for that. We'll be carrying the dollars over that are unspent and reappropriating those next year. And additionally, the same situation exists for the DR23 parking lot improvements and DR25 downtown breezeway improvements. The next fund is the DIP funds. The Development Incentive Program is what that stands for, also known as the DIP fund or the Building Permit Fund. Revenue from the building permits that are taken out downtown are transferred to this fund by the city underneath the IGA between the city and the DDA. Not all revenues from building permits, but the allowed permit revenue that are identified in the IGA. Annual estimate of the DIP revenue is usually $20,000, but in 2013, and this could actually happen in 12, but we're budgeting for it in 13 at this point, it's $387,000 of DIP revenue projected from the Roosevelt Apartments project. It will not be expended, though, until 2013, likely, or when the project is completed, and so that's included within the 13 budget here. The next fund is the CDBG fund. There's no budget for that. We use that to accumulate the repayment of loans that are made through CDBG program funds. The next is the DDA's Marketing and Advertising Fund. Primarily, we use TIF revenue to fund this. Usually, we've been putting $146,000 of TIF revenue towards this program beginning in 2007 through this current year 12. In 13, we're proposing to fund it at $123,814. there's the city, the request from city funds for $17,800 to make up the difference of the revenue that is intended for the marketing advertising program in 2013. Teresa handed out those pages that have been changed, and we actually made an adjustment to reduce this expense both in the marketing and advertising fund as well as in the debt service fund because of the loan that will take place of the TIF funds. So we changed that dollar value from $146,000 to $123,000. Other revenue sources, $17,800 transfer from the city general fund for downtown events. And then we have in the expense side of the budget $156,000 total, with $82,000, almost $83,000 of it for salary and benefits, and almost $74,000 for O&M expenses, $40,000 toward contract services, $20,000 more towards advertising expenses. Next fund is the Arts and Entertainment Fund, and this is again funded primarily through TIF revenue. We have funded over the past 2 years, 11 and 12, over $670,000 has been put into this fund for this purpose. So it has not all been expensed, and so there's no additional TIF funding that is being proposed for 2013. We are showing a revenue of $27,200. Again, a request for council one-time dollars for A&E support that Kimberly will talk about in a few minutes. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Kimberly's going to address it in a minute, and I'll wait.
Okay, great. So within the expense side of the budget, there's $220,000 of expenses, $68,000 of salary and benefits, and $152,000 of O&M expenses, broken into $35,000 for leases and rentals, $53,000 for contract services, and another $33,000 for advertising. Next fund is the LDDA Facade Improvement Fund. This has been funded again through TIF revenue. Over $1.3 million was funded in this in previous years, prior to 2011 actually. There's no additional funding being proposed for 2013 for this fund. There will be, again, the expenditure related to the Roosevelt Apartments project, but that's already been budgeted in this year's budget, so that will just be carried over and reappropriated. And then now moving into the city fund, the downtown parking fund. It's funded through parking permit revenues for permits sold for the downtown lots. Generates $55,000 per year. Some other revenue sources there is a $23,000 transfer for next year in the from the city general fund under the financial policies that Teresa was just proposing to you all. This is an existing policy that the excess dollars from park and fines in excess of the cost for the parking assessment program go towards the downtown parking fund. So the proposed budget is $56,000, $18,500 for salary and benefits, another $28,000 of O&M expenses, includes insurance expenses, contract services of $18,000, and another $2,000 for advertising. And then the last fund is the GID. Thanks. The GID, again, is another separate governmental entity, and it's separate from the city and the LDDA. As you know, you do sit as the GID board. It was created actually in the 60s, and was currently used to maintain parking lots, sidewalks, and breezeways. Originally helped funded putting those parking lots in place in some of the breezeways. It's now got a 6.798 mill levy. It's going to generate $80,000 in 2013, and that's down from $87,000 in 2011. The 2013 proposed budget is at $106,000, which is inclusive of $22,500 for salary and benefits, and the balance of it is for O&M expenses, which includes $65,000 for contract services from the city for maintaining, cleaning the breezeways and the sidewalks. There's $3,000 for insurance, $5,000 for grounds maintenance, which is for the flower pots and such. And then there's an administrative transfer fee to the city for almost $9,000 for the administrative services provided by city staff to the GID. And then finally, this budget's requiring a fund balance draw of $18,695. That's an issue that we need to be aware of because we can't continue to pull down on fund balances into the future. So the LDDA budget is 2 benefited FTE and 2 temporary staff that work 25 hours per week. This here is the staffing. The executive director and the marketing and development program coordinator are the 2 FTE full-time, and then program specialist and admin assistant work 25 hours each per week. And then this here is an allocation of their hours amongst the 5 funds in which we charge our salary and benefits related to the DDA, the operating fund, marketing fund, arts and entertainment, downtown parking, and the GID. So I just wanted to lay out a few challenges that we've identified for the DDA going forward, and then I'll turn it over to Kimberly. The first of those is balancing ongoing expenses with ongoing revenues. The operating fund for the DDA, again, I mentioned it relies on TIF interest. That TIF interest is going to decrease because we have been utilizing a lot of our TIF funds and have plans to put a significant balance of those dollars in place in 2013 with the Roosevelt Apartments project. So we're not going to have as much interest generated, and then going forward with the TIF revenue also decreasing down to less than $400,000. Again, there'll be less TIF interest revenue to be drawn down upon for the DDA operating fund. With the change in the TIF program beginning in year 31, which is 2014, we'll have a new base year. The base year will roll up 10 years to 1992, and we also will have the DDA only be able to draw on 50% of that funding unless it has agreements with the other government entities for their share, their 50% share. So the TIF dollars are estimated to drop to $306,000 in 2014. That's a rough estimate at this point in time, but that would be at the 50% funding level. If actually the city and the GID, which you all would have that decision-making authority, if you were to agree to allow the DDA to have 100% of the share of their TIF mill levy or your mill levy, then it would actually rise up to $373,000 under our estimates. So just to get a handle, it'll go from $1,050,000 to maybe as low as $306,000. Going to make a big difference on their ability to do marketing efforts, arts and entertainment efforts, facade improvements, and capital projects. The assessed valuations that I already referred to, those have been dropping, impacting the property tax revenue. And then again, the GID, I just mentioned that it'll be drawing down $18,600 out of its fund balance, and that can't be sustained from year to year. Its fund balance will drop below $80,000 as a result of that. And then finally, more money has been spent out of these budgets in recent years because of an emphasis on ensuring that the downtown is a clean and safe environment for all the community. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Kimberly so she can tell you more about those efforts.
Thank you very much. I want to talk a little bit about our budget overall, but as you can see, things will be changing in the downtown. And one of the things that I would just like to start with saying is you should notice some of these funds we've been using either fund balance or money that we haven't spent, and especially for the A&E, we aren't using any new TIF dollars because we had an allocation that we didn't spend from the 2 prior years, and that's because of our commitment of not spending it because we have it, but spending it because it makes sense on what we're spending it on. So we had budgeted last year for some things that just didn't materialize or we couldn't have done well enough at the time, so we held off on doing them, and we're just moving them into the next year. So just really wanted you to know that we don't look at the money as a windfall and just spend it because it's in there. We make sure that it's meaningful as to
what we're doing. Just want to talk a little bit how we use our tip dollars, because our tip dollars are certainly going away, and in the past year you've actually seen us spend quite a bit of it, and that's because the time has been right and the markets have been right, and so we've waited to do the projects until it's the right time. Catalyst projects such as Roosevelt Park Apartments, which we hope to start seeing that break ground here in the next few months, which is a big deal. Again, we talked a lot that it met 15 of our 29 goals and is really catalyzing a part of downtown that is really in need of it. Our facade grants and improvements, the new crack pots, and certainly coming up, we're going to be talking with cheese importers on doing some of those facade grants. Other incentives that the DDA board has allocated, but we haven't yet put criteria on, alleyscape, retail, arts and entertainment, and residential. And that was a $1.1 million investment, and we're still working through our committees to figure out how we're going to spend this money, with the exception of the alleyscape incentives, which we did open. We have given those incentives and have already been able to leverage $110,000 in private investment on the east side of the alley, and that's only in 2 blocks. And so as we continue, we're seeing a lot of private money put in as well. And we've also seen our first alley-facing business open up on the 400 block. It's a new yarn and knitting store, and so really we're starting to see that effect of what we want. Even before the alleys are done, we're seeing a new business with an alley-facing entrance. So the Alley and Bridgeway project, it's a big deal, and it will take a while to get done, but again, it's making another front door, which is our first impression to folks. Parking lot improvements, we did add a parking lot. Parking lot improvements, we are redoing all the parking lots as part of this, and additionally out of our parking fund, we added a new parking lot on the 200 block. And I know that we talked a lot about a parking deck, but I think we made the wise decision by making a new lot, investing in parking up on the north end, and then adding 179 on-street spaces by really being more efficient in our parking. So instead of choosing one block to have one deck in one place, we really made sure throughout the DDA we maximized parking everywhere, which I think was help. And then we don't have the ongoing maintenance of a deck, which is extraordinarily expensive. Our marketing programs, and one of the things we've also done with TIP is extended that streetscape out of the GID. The GID certainly paid for some of that streetscape, and we've been able to use TIP dollars to extend that. The Arts and Entertainment District is something that the board started looking at as a catalyst project, certainly as we've been trying to chase one. And we really do believe that we have started this catalyst. It was a result of a community-wide effort, and lots of folks from the community said this is what they wanted. And we want to use the arts as a catalyst to grow our retail, our employment, and development in downtown, such as the incubator that I'll talk about in a minute. We have committees that really assist us in everything that we do, and those dollars are dedicated, some of the dollars are dedicated for placemaking elements such as signage and bike racks. So there are certainly some hard, tangible things along with this instead of just marketing and events. There are some things that will certainly always stay with our downtown. When we're creating our existing events, we look at what we're doing and try to do it better, and are starting some new things such as celebrating Longmont then and now. One of the things that's really important is our authenticity in celebrating what we're doing, and we're doing that in the 100 block of Main Street, and so we're trying to engage that southern thing. We're using southern part of downtown and really focusing on 1st through 3rd. As opposed to some of the other parts of downtown. And we're certainly here to support artists and other art organizations. So the future reality of the DDA is a tough one. So next year, but the board will be able to be seeking input on kind of that master vision from council and the community, and we'll have to make critical decisions in the next 2 years as to where our priorities lie. Certainly keeping that brick and mortar is a priority, investing in our house with things that will stay with it, and focusing on leveraging funds from other sources. You will see that become our #1 priority, seeing how we're going to be sustainable in the future, and establishing a baseline on the collaboration and facilitations we can carry into the future. Programs will have to be cut or reduced, we understand this, but critically looking at what makes the most impact to the most property owners and in our community, and balancing that will be really important. Financial opportunities, we are in the process of creating a 501c3 to fund ALA in events in the future and programs and other things that we're doing. The Arts and Entertainment District, just in our 1 year, has already leveraged $33,000. We got $8,000 from the state, and as part of our state affiliation, we're getting $25,000 over 3 years from the Bachelor Foundation. So we're already starting to see that, and we haven't even scratched the surface.
We'll be turning over some of these alien responsibilities to others in the district. It's really a joint effort. We would like to lead the charge, and we'll be trying to get others to pick up these things and sustain them in the future. And again, we'll be looking at grants for not only the Arts and Entertainment District for redevelopment. We really think there's a huge pocket of money that we haven't been effective in going after. Parking sustainability, looking how we'll sustain parking in the future. Looking at other ways to sustain our marketing and clean and safe programs, as well as sponsorships and collaborations, looking for private sector sponsorships for many of our events. So I apologize, and as Joanne said earlier, we were at the Creative District's convening, and so I was unable to be here last week. I would echo her sentiments that it was really fabulous, so thank you. But what we're asking for today is to your support in helping us continue a strong foundation as to what we'll need in the future. One of the things we ask for is our Holiday Lights program. And we've really changed our Holiday Lights programs to not just return our tree and walk away, but we really work with our merchants to make it a whole celebration of downtown during the holidays. It is the peak season for retail, and we really hope that everyone shops locally and shops downtown. So starting the day after Thanksgiving through New Year's Eve, we do everything as well as our tree lighting. I think that downtown looks beautiful, and it really makes a sense of our community when you come in and see those lights. I decided to take the job, and when I drove in and saw those lights, it really secured the deal that was around Christmas time. So I think they make a huge difference. Funding for Festival on Main and other events. Festival on Main is a free event for the community, and certainly when we did our Focus on Longmont and then did it again, the one thing that I think folks really identify with is our community, is the heart of our community and the events that we have. I have a new business owner who is going to be locating in downtown, and said that he and his wife came up and he was shocked by the amount of people and wondered how Longmont could bring those kind of folks in. And I really think it's been our dedication to having these events for the community and making sure they're inclusive. One of the things that we did this year was added a Latino music stage, added a beer garden, and really changed how we did things to make sure that every single person thought it was an event for them. The cost of that event is about $40,000. We did generate about $15,000 in sponsorship and in-kind revenues. We are asking the city to support us for events, not only Festival on Main, but a lot of the other little pocket events that we do at about $17,800. This was something that had been in ongoing funding, and I think a couple years ago. But when was it moved to one time? Oh, 2003. Okay, so it used to be ongoing, and then it was moved to one time in 2003. We certainly hope that you would consider that this is a beneficial event each and every year. It's harder for tip dollars to solely do this. We love to see it more of a partnership, and we'll certainly be looking at how we do events more efficiently in the future.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You know, I see when we have these events downtown, you know, our sales go up. So you get, even though you're investing money, you get that money back because, you know, we break down bigger sales tax checks to the city. So it's not always a net loss. I mean, it's just a different way of thinking of it. It's a way to generate, prime the pump, and so.
We certainly love when sales tax goes up, although we do not see any of those benefits in the DDA. That's all sales tax goes, we only get property tax, but certainly that's a benchmark that we try to measure ourselves on. As our businesses have better days and generate more sales tax for the city in general, that's certainly something that we like to look at, although we don't get any of it, but that's okay.
Councilmember Samori? Oh, Santos?
I'm better looking than Councilmember Samori.
Yes,
Thank you, Mayor. Kimberly. But he's got more hair. The $40,000 for Festival in Maine, and you weren't here last week, and I asked, you know, that, and I took some grief for asking the question. You guys get tax dollars from property taxes, just as you stated. They don't see any tax from sales, Mayor. We see that. But I guess the heartache that I have is that you guys are getting sales tax dollars, but still coming to the city asking for additional funding to put on events. I get Festival on Main is a great community, free event for the entire this community and others that come in from other areas, and we do see I've heard from some businesses they do great night on Festival on Main, and some that just close early because they don't want to have to deal with letting people use the restroom. It's 50-50. That's how it is. But we see a $15,000 in sponsorship and in-kind revenues, and then asking the city for an additional $17,800. I'm trying to figure out exactly when does that number start going down for the city. Are there going to be more sponsorships that the DDA is trying to get? I know you're on a committee with the city manager is asked to put together about where does the city spend all of its dollars as far as sponsorships, things we do sponsor, things we don't sponsor, maybe we do in-kind, things of that nature. But it's to the point where, I'm looking to cut as many one-time expenses as possible. Because we are looking at really hard budget this year. I'm not making any, as I told Councilmember Smart, because he and I talked about it yesterday, I'm not going to make any motions to cut anything from the DDA this year. I know we're going to reset the budget for 2014 according to the city manager, and I'm actually looking forward to that. But I'm trying to figure out exactly when do we stop coming to the city. I mean, we get requests from every not-for-profit possible. There are some things, life and death, I agree that we should fund. Some I don't think we should fund. But it gets to the point, where do we live within our means as far as putting on events?
And I think there's certainly a lot of ways we can look at this event. I would like to point out that the $17,800 most goes to festival, but some goes to our other smaller events, so I don't want you to think all of that goes to festival. But I totally agree that we certainly need to look at how we can do this and how we can do this better. And sometimes events remain free, but attractions maybe you have to pay for, as it was sharing with that type of thing. And so I think we'll be putting everything on the table. I think that the best event, I think, is one that maybe we don't plan and a private sector person does, and we support them as they come in and use our downtown as a canvas, as a great place to do an event. So I think we'll be looking at that as well. How can we get folks to more easily be able to do their events in downtown? So truly those are community events put on by the community, and we have a budget that helps them do that and promotes them to do that. I do believe that Festival on Main has been useful for the community, but I think maybe it's time that we see are there other things that are just as useful or that can be done well. And so I too agree, and certainly with the reality of our TIF dollars being cut, it'll be even harder for us to fund all of those on our own. So I think in the next year to 2 years, it's our job to figure out how do we do them, which ones need to stay, which ones aren't as effective, and how can we make them more cost effective.
Councilmember Samari.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, you stated what I was going to say. I was going to reinforce the fact that I guess I don't look at it as we're giving them money. I think I look at it as an investment in our community that returns money to the community from the sales taxes that they generate from the sales. And I understand that every business in downtown benefits equally when we have those events, but depending on time of year, certain businesses benefit more than others. And as you see, the DDA does put out a lot of its own money to support these events. And in-kind services we get. I think one of the in-kind services that we may look at is for the lights on Main Street. I mean, currently the DDA pays for the electric bill. Maybe that's something that LPC could donate at some point as opposed to having to pay for it. For the lights, because everybody in the community benefits from those lights. It's not just the downtown businesses. Anybody driving 30,000 cars a day drive up and down Main Street. Not all live in Longmont, so everybody gets to enjoy those lights. And as far as closing the streets, I mean, we have to pay for the closures of the streets out of the DDA funds as well. That used to be donated in the past. I don't know if it still is or not, but still is. Okay, so that one is in kind.
Thank you.
And obviously, Councilman Santos hasn't looked in the mirror lately to see who's more attractive.
Mayor, Council, if I could jump in, I think Kimberly, one day we had a chance to really sit down and talk about what we're both doing as separate organizations. And I think the one thing that we've really come to the realization is we both get pressed financially, and we have those budgetary pressures that we're trying to deal with. We really think that it's important for the DDA and the city, and Joe's been part of those discussions as well in terms of Visit Longmont and other organizations that we work with, where we can really come together and start evaluating what we're doing as a collective, and going in and see how we can help each other. Is there some room for some consolidation of events, so that in the end, what we want to do is continue to provide the same level of service or even better service and opportunities for the community to attend events, but we minimize the pressures that we're placing on any one budget. And so we're getting ready to start on those discussions and really go through that evaluation process. And I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to find some ways to achieve that as we continue moving forward. Is that covered?
I agree.
Councilmember Levison. So, Kimberly, I just want to make a point of clarification. You're characterizing the diminished revenue that would be available through TIF funding as a cut. It's actually the renewal of your TIF by state statute says that you give back money. So, it may be a diminished amount of TIF, but it's technically not a cut. It's the new agreement. Great. So I just wanted to, just wanted to clarify that, because the state has allowed TIF districts to continue past their 30-year lifespan, and exactly going to Councilmember Bagley's comment about 30 years. Isn't 30 years enough, or is a TIF going to continue forever and ever and ever, and we'll lose whatever? The generation it was supposed to serve will never actually realize the closure of the district at all, and that everybody who kicked in their original funding, will never be made whole again. It could be 40, 50, 60 years, but again, it's more than one generation.
Sure.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you, Mayor. It's almost like RTD and Fast Tracks. Did I say that out loud? Well, part of it is I like it that we're focusing on first and second, but I see a north-south focus. East-west, not so much. So when is that going to occur as well?
So we do have some thoughts about east-west that we're trying to get together. On the east side, we have a very cool auto corridor that I don't think that we've really capitalized on. So we want to start those conversations on the kind of auto corridor we have going on there from 3rd to Martin. And on the west side, one of the things when we talk about the alleyscape, people really only think about Main Street, but those are huge deals for Kimbark and Kaufman. And we are building sidewalks through the parking lots to make that connectivity more. And certainly we look up to Terry Street to see what we can do for there. The one thing that I want to say is whenever we do marketing or events or those type of things, those co-ops are open to everyone. So everyone, we have a website that has a business snapshot on everyone's page. We have social media. We have a marketing calendar. We do a business feature, and we send it out to everyone and say, please give us your information, and we try to call and switch it around. But those services are open to everyone, and so we certainly try to be very equitable in that. We did do every Friday where artists popped up, artists popped up in different places, and so we've put some of those on Terry and different places that are open, and so we do continue to try that, and we'll always be working with those folks to see what we can do. For our DIP fund, we also have given money to folks throughout the entire district, and our DIP fund is that development incentive program, and so many people have benefited from that throughout the whole district.
I have one more question, and again, I'm not making any motions, and sorry, Mayor, but this was actually to Jim. Regarding the facade program, can the DDA, we own the Cheese Importers building. Can they get a facade grant for the building that we own?
Yeah, it spells out in our FIP program that there are certain public improvements that can be made as well, as far as sidewalks and exterior improvements and landscaping and that type of thing, and so those could certainly be considered.
We're not talking the structure itself, we're just talking...
Well, some can be done with the structure itself, because although it's a city-owned building, they will pay property tax because they are a for-profit business, so it will be based on what they generate, it has to be a tax-generating
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I certainly hope that you don't think that my earlier comments meant we need to shut down downtown or get rid of the LDDA. I was just shocked that.
It's been that long?
Yeah, but it's been that long. I was just surprised. One of the things that I think that Longmont is lacking is good, wholesome entertainment. We can either bike and hike, or we can go out to eat. That's kind of our two options here in Longmont. And my family really enjoys the events that you guys put on downtown. I don't know what else we do other than eat and hike. So thank you. So my question is, this particular slide says, what are we asking for today? And you're asking the city to contribute Festival on Main and other events, this $17,800. So my question is, do you need a motion for the $17,800?
Right,
Is that
no.
already in the budget? I mean, what is the process?
I still have one more slide to finish because I'm asking for a little more. And then I think
I shall follow the mayor's rule, and I'm going to hit my button.
and it's part of the one-time funding request that I think you decide on later. So the last thing that we are talking about, one of the things that's really important and is an economic generator is the Arts and Entertainment District. And although we've talked a lot about the events and the fun, we really want that to be a job creation district. We want to see more employers, more jobs, and more people in downtown. One of the things that we're doing as part of the Roosevelt Park Apartments is leasing space for an arts incubator. It's 1,400 square feet of incubator space. But that's only going to take about 3 artists. We want to develop an entire incubator program that will not only help artists that go in that space, but help other artists that want to do co-ops, but also help those creative class employers. Those would be designers, graphic designers, software designers, entrepreneurs that really can come and focus in downtown. We want to get not only feet on the street, but professionals that are working in downtown. We are asking for $27,200 for this 3-year incubator program to help us partner with existing organizations to tailor programs for this population. The DDA will be putting in money. Part of the lease fees that you talked about is our lease of that space. But we'll also be looking to put together programs that will use our Small Business Development Center, that will use the Leggy program, that will use all of the wonderful resources we have here. But we'll ask them to go above and beyond and create programs that work specifically for these targeted populations. We think that it's a very great way. When we look at these other arts districts, we have a lot of great arts. If you go into our restaurants, so you can see art on the wall, you can see all this, but what you can't see are folks getting their hands dirty, folks creating the art, being part of that. If you look at our businesses that have stood this test of time, it's our theaters, it's our art organizations, it's anything that you can go and do. You can make a bead necklace, you can paint something at Crackpots. It's this creative industries that we really feel can stand the test of time in downtown. So we are asking your help over 3 years to help us develop this incubator program. I do want to assure all of you that we do not want to start something new from the ground up. We want to take what everyone is doing and doing well and help them slant it toward the populations that we want to work with.
I would like to just add, I went to a Metro Mayor's Conference down in Denver, and they gave an hour-long presentation on how much economic development activity was generated from the culture and art tax dollars, and it was just amazing. They're generating tens of millions of dollars. So, I mean, I was shocked that that art and culture can generate that kind of economic activity. So,
I got a few statistics that we did just in the 80501 zip code of which the DDA is in. And right now we have 1,208 creative jobs in that zip code. Those creative industries did generate 303 jobs and more than $9.76 million in revenue. And that cluster was responsible for $7.97 million in exports. And this is the Creative Vitality Report that we got as part of being one of these creative districts. They run this kind of reporting for us so we can kind of look how our district is performing. And so we really have a good start there, and we certainly hope to see that build in the future.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you, Mayor. So the 27,000, that's 27,000 over 3 years, so next year another 27,000?
No, we'll use
one
that
time. Okay. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So, a quick question. So, the 17,800 you're asking for plus 27,200?
It's 50 total.
Okay, just double checking. Now, I guess two things that come to mind. So the theory is, have we done any type of feasibility study, et cetera, to look at return on investment for putting in an incubator program for artists?
So one of the things that we get through our Colorado Creative Industries are technical assistance hours, and we get 30 hours, and we are working with those 30 hours of people that have done incubators in other parts of Colorado to talk to them to see the impact that they've done and to see how they've done them and to do them well so we can make sure that we are investing in the right things. So I think we know the gaps. We're talking to our artists to find out what is it they need and what is it they need to actually invest in these storefronts, and having different models presented to them for co-ops and those type of things. So we've been learning from the industry. We haven't done a specific feasibility study, but we need to find out exactly what the artists are running, and then we'll be able to make that program most impactful. And we have seen already synergies through this. We have some artists right now that are working on space for a pop-up gallery, and so we're seeing those kind of collaborations that we're going to need for them to go into storefronts. And so even before this has happened, just starting the conversation has already gotten that energy going within our district.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is only, I guess the follow-up question is, what is your vision, or what is the LDDA's vision for this particular program? Meaning, is your idea 2 buckets, okay? I'll give you 100 points, you can assign them to 2 buckets. I guess that's a good way to answer my question. Bucket A is, we are going to invest in these creative businesses, and we plan on increasing sales tax, property values, etc., as a result of the business being successful. Or B, we know that they're throwaway dollars, but we're hoping that the artistic nature of the business is going to add to the ambiance of downtown, and therefore, you know, all boats rise with the tide. Successful business model or throwaway dollars, and we're just increasing and enhancing the atmosphere?
We're really looking for those successful business dollars. So one of the things that I think we'll be doing, if you're a part of the incubator where you get some subsidized rent or space, we want to make sure, because the incubators fail mostly when they get subsidized space and people are like, I am so great at this, and then they have to go out and pay their own bills, and they absolutely tank. And so one of the models that we're looking at, which is a program that I created when I was in Ohio, is taking 30%, 40%, figuring out what that percentage of sales is for them to be sustained. And so every time they make a sale, you take that and you invest it into an account. If they decide after their incubation program is up to invest in a storefront in downtown, they get that money back for build out, for marketing, for whatever they need to be successful. If they do not make it and decide not to, we keep that money to invest in other artists. So these artists will have real skin in the game, and we'll be using our tools to see what it's like. So we're trying to make sure that they're a good risk, and when they go into a storefront, that they have the tools that they need, as well as a little bit of money for their build out, for their marketing, to make sure that they start on the right foot.
Okay. I guess, and this is my last thing.
I want to ask my cue, so you're good.
Okay, I promise. I guess I'm a little skeptical. I mean, I've got a history of investing lots of money into artistic, creative endeavors, only to learn that there's no money for the starving artists. That's the reason why they're called starving. So I guess I'd have some concern of investing $27,000 thinking that we're actually going, I mean, there's a reason why you don't see a lot of art shops side by side by side, because the market forces them out. So, I mean, I guess that's my comment. I will let you address it. And
I think in the other creative districts we've seen, you know, there are some pockets of that are very successful side by side by side. And if I can look at the longevity of things that have stayed and have made it, they've all had that creative slant. I also want to point out that we're not only looking for just the starving artists that can come and paint in our galleries. We're looking for those creative class software designers, graphic designers, folks that really gravitate toward that creative. We want them to say, if there's anywhere I want to be downtown. And so we've already met a few entrepreneurs that have done that, and we've asked them, why did you come downtown? And they said, because we want a walkable district, we want to walk to lunch, we want to just have that whole vibe. And one of the things that I think we need to do is really market this entire district, not only to the artists at the storefronts, because that's a small percentage of what we're doing, although that's what people see and always measure us by. But there's all kinds of employers and all kinds of spaces to be in downtown, and we want to make sure that we're filling those with creative class folks as well.
Thank you, Kimberly. Can we take a 10-minute break now? your seats and get going again. Yeah, I know.
You know, Swedish meatballs would be good. With a little
I should run up to that Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, Mayor, the next topic we have for you is on the Golf Fund. And the Golf Fund has faced some challenges in the past few years. Because of those challenges, we just wanted to update council on the status of that fund going into 13 and what's included in the 13 budget. So Larry Mills is going to take this one.
Is that better? Sorry, I got carried away on the break. Mayor Coombs, council members, Larry Mills, Golf Operations Manager. In June of this year, staff presented the council with the challenges facing the golf industry and the city's golf courses. Those challenges included the oversupply of area golf courses, the sluggish economy, deferred capital projects, repayment of the Ute Creek debt, and flat round and revenue projections. The supply of area golf course hasn't changed very much, and the economy seems to be slowly improving. The most critical unfunded capital projects are still the replacement of the irrigation systems at Sunset and Twin Peaks, together estimated at $2.8 million. Regardless of the golf fund's performance, staff believes replacement of these systems will be necessary in the next 5 to 10 years. Another challenge facing the golf fund is the repayment of the Ute Creek debt. In 2010, the golf fund borrowed $1.47 million from the Fleet Fund to exercise the purchase option on the Key Bank lease. The term of the loan is 15 years, and the annual payment, or the minimum annual payment, is $133,144. Staff will continue to monitor the golf operations to ensure revenues keep pace with expenses, including the debt payment. Revenue and rounds are up from last year. Through August, golf revenue is up over $296,000, or 16.5% over 2011. If revenues track the same as last year for the rest of 2012, staff estimates revenues may reach $2.56 million, an increase of 13.1%. Through August, golf rounds are up over 8,800 rounds, or 13.1% over 2011. Staff estimates over 97,000 rounds will be played in 2012, an increase of about 10% over 2011. Staff continues to aggressively market the city's golf courses. A temporary administrative assistant was hired this year to assist with administrative support and marketing efforts. Staff just launched the next generation of the golflongmont.com website. As part of our marketing program, staff sends a weekly e-blast to promote various events and offer specials to fill vacant tee times. The email database has grown to more than 7,600 subscribers. Staff is in the process of setting up a dedicated Facebook page and a Twitter account. I'd like to conclude by sharing some information from two industry research leaders, the National Golf Foundation and Golf Data Tech. According to a report by the National Golf Foundation, the report is entitled Golf Participation in America 2010 to 2020. The number of golfers in the U.S. has stabilized at about 26 million. There were 25.7 million golfers in 2011. In 2010, there were 26.1 million golfers. There's only a difference of 400,000 golfers in those 2 years. The National Golf Foundation believes that golf participation has stabilized. The NGF projects there will be a gradual increase in the number of golfers and rounds played over the next 10 years, which is good news. They believe the increase in golfers and rounds will not necessarily lead to a proportionate increase in revenue, as aggressive pricing will continue to attract bargain hunting golfers, and we're experiencing that ourselves. We are continually offering various promotions and specials to fill those tee times, and a lot of those promotions and specials include discounts. The report stated local market conditions will impact an individual course's performance more than the macroeconomics of the golf business. A conversion from a private club to a public golf course can make a big difference on the local trade area, as can the closing of a golf course or a private club. According to the National Rounds Played report by Golf Data Tech, and these are July year-to-date information, the August year-to-date report was not ready at this time. Public access rounds nationally were up 10.5%. Colorado and the Denver area market rounds were up 10.4%. Longmont's courses for the same period were up 16.3%, and we believe that increase was primarily due to the warm, mild weather that we had earlier in the year. That was a quick overview of the state of the golf fund. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Let's see if anybody has any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, moving on. Our next topic is in fee increases. So in the 2013 proposed budget, it does include increases for Union Reservoir, recreation, electric, water, and sewer. The increases are based on cost of services and are necessary to ensure continued financial viability of services to the businesses and residents of the community. It's important to point out that the combined electric, water, and sewer increases will raise the overall utility bill by approximately 6.9%, but that Longmont residents and businesses will continue to benefit from having one of the lowest aggregate utility bills along the Front Range. So the first fee increase that we want to talk to you about is at Union Reservoir. So again, the proposed budget did include fee increases at Union Reservoir. However, what we would like to propose this evening to you is that we not implement those fee increases at this time. The drought conditions that we're experiencing this year and probably will continue to experience into next year, we don't feel it's the appropriate time to implement fee increases out at that at the reservoir. And so what we have done in the pages that we handed out to you this evening, so the proposed fee increase was expected to generate approximately $30,000, $20,000 from the actual fee increases itself, and then the budget also included another $10,000 in increased revenue just from activities and people going to the reservoir. So a total of $30,000 was included in the proposed budget over our 2012 adopted budget in revenues for Union Reservoir itself. So what we are proposing to do is to not put in place those fee increases, reduce the $30,000 in the revenue, and also reduce $30,000 on the expense side so that we still have that balanced budget in the general fund. The $30,000 on the expense side will come from temporary wages, primarily wages that would be paid to lifeguards if we had water in the reservoir for people to enjoy. I would also point out that if we do end up having water in that reservoir next year, and we do need to hire lifeguards, we will come back with an additional appropriation to put those funds back in the budget at that time. So we have staff here if you have more detailed questions. Otherwise, that's what we're proposing this evening. So the handouts, let me quickly walk you through what I did give you, because the first few pages of handouts is the revenue in the general fund. It's the detail of all the revenue, and it's on the second page of that, so page 38 of the budget document. Union Reservoir fees was at $270,000 for the 2013 budget. We're proposing to take that back to $240,000 to match our current year budget. And then the next page, which is page 269 of the budget document, this is the Union Reservoir line item detail budget. With the reductions of $30,000 in, so it would come from the temporary wage line item and the FICA and Medicare line item. So these are replacement budget pages, and we're proposing that we replace these pages in your proposed document. Any questions on Union Reservoir?
Thank you, Teresa.
Okay. So then our next fee that we wanted to speak to you a little bit about is recreation. So we are proposing fee increases in recreation, and Jeff Friesner is going to speak to you about those.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Jeff Friesner, Recreation Manager. Just want to make a quick presentation about the proposed recreation fees. These fees would be for all of our facilities, but the activity pools, we have some different rates for those pools because of the different service that we provide there. Just a little background, as Teresa covered earlier this evening, she talked a little bit about the financial policy for recreation and the requirement that recreation generate 80% of the costs that are budgeted, excluding capital over $5,000. So if recreation buys a piece of fitness equipment that costs $4,500, we would need to recover that cost. If we did some type of renovation to the facility like we did this year with stucco and spent close to $100,000, that would not be part of the recovery. We also, the free community events are excluded, events like Rhythm on the River, Longmont Lights, and the Halloween Parade. And then also our at-risk after-school programs for teens at Longs Peak Middle School and at Sunset Middle School are also excluded from that policy. One of the things that we do when we are looking at our fees, drop-in and pass fees, is that we do a comparison of the surrounding markets. We believe that with the other recreation centers and facilities that are out there, that we need to be competitive with what they have to offer, and are concerned with folks going to other communities to participate in recreation. We also consider demand for services when we are setting our fees. We try to keep the youth of our community in mind to make sure that our facilities are accessible for all, and when folks cannot afford it, we do have a scholarship program that in the last 3 years has averaged just about $54,000 in scholarships that we've provided to youth under the age of 18. Fees for recreation have not increased since the Recreation Center opened in 2002. the pass fees. We did raise our drop-in fees by a quarter in 2008. Cost recovery over the years, the recreation center has had a major impact on our operation. When I first started with the city, our cost recovery was 75%, and we never hit 65, 66%. It was always needing help from parks at the time when we were in the department with them, and them having to help us pay the bills. When the recreation center opened, we have historically averaged cost recovery for those items that are required in our budget between 90 and 95%. So it really made an impact on the recreation division, not only at the rec center, but I think it put us in a different light within the entire community where people were more aware of the many things that we had to offer. With the rec center reaching the 10 years this year, we believe that the high demand of use and the additional costs that it's going to take to keep the facility operating, that we needed to take a look at our fees, as well as with that impact, trying to hopefully put more money into the general fund so that it could, again, help with that capital or help in other areas of the general fund. In your packet was a comparison of the different communities. Only in two areas is recreation in Longmont higher. One area is our 20-punch pass, and in some ways that's a self-driven thing. One of the biggest complaints that we had when we went to or opened the recreation center was complaints about the 20-punch pass and only those individuals that hold that pass being able to use it. About 4 years ago, we set all the fees for all ages at the same rate and told pass holders that they could use that pass however. So if they had family members or friends, they're able to come into our facilities and use that pass. No other pass that we have are we able to share with other folks. And then Broomfield is the only other area in the monthly auto pay that is lower than what our city of Longmont has. So in your packet, we are proposing that we increase the fees by 10% across the board. We feel that, again, with the cost of doing business, the demands that are being put on the general fund, that we believe that we need to make these fee increases. So with that, I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Begley. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. My concern that's going on in my head is price sensitivity, meaning that if you jack up something by 10% just because you think you might get it or it's fair or comparing it to your competitors, it's possible that we might lose customers, so to speak. And so that is my concern. So that noted, to what extent are we less than the surrounding communities as far as pricing goes?
Percentage-wise, I don't have that number, but in comparison, we're in an adult pass. We currently charge for an annual pass $325. No other agency is below $350, so we're automatically $25. Some of those are as high as $450 or $475 for an annual pass. When I did my estimate for the revenues that I anticipated that we would bring in, I did take into consideration that there may be an immediate impact of people feeling that is too much, and I reduced the amount of impact those fees would have accordingly.
Thank you. Jeff, I have a question for you. What percentage of the revenues come from, drop-in fees and 20 passes versus the annual ongoing type of memberships?
When we first opened the rec center, I would estimate that we were at about 60% passes and 40% drop-in. I believe that rate at this point in time is closer to 70 for passes and 30% for drop-in. So people are really taking advantage of the discounts that they can get if they provide more commitment up front.
Thank you. Councilmember Witt.
Thank you. Jeff, I corresponded with you earlier today about drop-in and fees. Now, one thing that wasn't clear to me was if somebody goes to Sunset Pool and then they go out into the parking lot to have a little snack, can they get back in without paying again?
Yes, they can. The thing that I believe we were talking about this afternoon was for a number of years we had a policy where you could go to Sunset Pool, pay your admission, take a receipt with you, and then later in the day go use the Longmont Recreation Center. And doing a comparison again with other communities, that just wasn't done. And so early this fall we made the policy that it is just for one admission. But I wouldn't consider what you just described coming and going like that.
Councilmember Santos.
Hi, Jeff. Thank you, Mayor. Just one question, and this is probably to all facilities that we have. Is there any way that we can get a Diet Coke at any of these facilities? Think about it. Thanks, Jeff.
If you go to Sunset Pool, any of the concession stands now, we have moved this year from Pepsi products to Coke products.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, the next fees that we want to get into then are the utility fees. So the first one on the electric rates, so the proposed budget does include an overall rate increase of 7.5%. These increases were codified by council in 2010. And the rate increase is primarily driven by wholesale power cost increases from Platte River Power Authority, building up to the reserve levels in our policy, and funding capital improvement projects that are included in our CIP. We don't have a presentation by staff per se on these rate increases since they were previously codified by council, but we do have staff available if you have questions.
Okay, I'll see. Oh, Councilmember Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom Roniotis here. Oh, there he is. I guess you would be the guy, right? My question is, we keep hearing all over that when I'm talking with LAEC and the chamber, we hear time and time again that our utility rates are so low when we attract business, etc. My question is, do we really need to raise the rates? Yes. Good enough. No. I guess there's no presentation, but I mean just. Well, yeah. Why? I've got to pay the same rates as everybody else. I'd like to know, why are we going to vote to increase our rates?
Well, there wasn't any presentations back at the time that company
right.
did vote to raise the
but
rates.
Now that we're going to be voting on it.
So, and the reason was basically what Teresa said. It was wholesale rates increasing. It was some of our costs increasing, plus the fact that we identified the need to increase our reserve amounts to get it to healthier levels. And we spread that rate increase out over 3 years to lessen the impact on particularly our business customers.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you. We're not voting. That's already been done. That was done previously to spread it over 3 years. So we're not voting to increase anything. Unfortunately, you weren't on council when we did that, and I was. I got the pleasure of doing that. But so that has been come and gone. It's over a 3-year period. We're just going to be approving the budget that they have proposed.
Councilmember Gregory.
So to be clear, Mayor Pro Tem Santos increased our rates? Okay, just getting clear. I didn't need to do that. Okay, thanks.
There were several of us.
Okay, so the next increase that is in our 2013 budget, again, is one that has already been approved by council, and that's in our water fund, and it's an average 4% rate increase. So again, no presentation on this, but we do have staff available to answer questions if you have them.
Yeah, we did. That's right there, 2008.
Okay.
Those any questions?
Okay, we're going to move on to the sewer fund then. So the proposed budget includes a rate increase of 6% in the sewer fund. Again, it was a rate increase that was previously adopted by council. However, in August, staff was involved in a conversation with you all regarding two projects for the wastewater treatment plant. And staff was directed to return with one project, and that's the cogeneration project, and basically how would that project impact the rates for 2013. So Bob Allen had pre-recorded a presentation that was part of the CIP presentation that also falls into this category. So although it was a pre-recorded presentation, he is here to talk to you about this a little bit if you have questions. I don't believe he will go through the overall presentation, but he is available if you have questions. I do want to point out that some of the information that we left for you tonight is specifically addressing this this piece. So there is two CIP projects, the MUS 149. One of them is with the cogeneration project, and one of them is without the cogeneration project. What we will need from you, council, this evening, so that we can return with the right ordinance for the sewer fund, would be direction from you on which way you would like to go with that. So if you've got specific questions, Bob can certainly answer those.
Councilmember Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I remember discussing this. Hey, Bob. I was in favor of going with the cogen, so if you need direction, I would move MUS 149 with the cogeneration.
I'll second it. All right, let's vote on that.
Mayor Coombs, that passed 7-0.
Okay, you have your direction. Thank you.
Okay, so our next topic is our proposed capital improvement program. So I do have what I briefly wanted to go over with you was information that was part of the pre-recorded presentation, but I just wanted to again touch on this for members of the public who may not have watched that presentation. So in our 2013 to 17 proposed CIP, over the 5-year period, we have $116.02 million of capital projects that are proposed to be funded over those 5 years. That number will change because it does not include the two projects that we will, the cogen project and then the next project that I will talk briefly about. Of that amount, of the $116 million, it's 31.5 million that is proposed to be funded in 2013, and up here on the board is the breakdown of those projects by category. I would like to point out that the largest category of projects is in transportation. About 33% of the funding is in that category, followed by the wastewater projects and then the water projects. So Again, staff pre-recorded this presentation. We don't have another actual presentation on the projects for you this evening. But I would like to point out that attachment T that is on pages S164 to S177 of your communication is a status update of all of the projects that have funding this year. So it's basically what has been done up to this point on those projects. Some of that information was part of the pre-recorded presentation. However, it has a whole lot more information than what was in the presentation. So in your council communication is the listing of all the projects that were part of that presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that you have on these projects or any of the other projects that weren't part of the presentation. We do have one project, though, that is on this list that was not part of the presentation that we do want to brief you on. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about one of the other CIP project that was left at your desk this evening. So the PR 121, the Park Ponds Dredging and Stabilization Project. So in the proposed document that you received in August, this was an unfunded project. Staff would now like to move this project into a funded category, with the funding coming from the Water Acquisitions Fund and the Open Space Bond Fund. And the reason that staff would like to move this from unfunded to funded is because the PR 101, which is the Jim Ham project, which has funding this year to complete that project. This project really would dovetail nicely into that PR 101 project. And so we are proposing that we fund this project and do them both at the same time, rather than just part of the work at this point. So Nick Wolfram can certainly speak to this project a little bit more if you have questions on that.
Councilmember Witt.
I actually do have a question on this, Nick. So we're going to dredge the pond. Where are you going to put the detritus? And I hope the answer is not at Longmont Airport, because, oh no, because I believe, wasn't it Lou Miller Park's dredging material is still at the airport?
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Nick Wolfram with the Engineering Services. Yes, you're right. There is some material from there that was disposed of that had some material in it that actually was not as good, near the quality of material that we'd hope. What we're looking at on this one, and because of the fact, that's one of the reasons for it to coordinate it. One, from what we've seen, we would not anticipate the type of material coming out of there. There was a lot of riprap that was in that area, but right now we're looking at the possibility of using that to fill on the park area prior to doing the landscaping, and then we would also be looking at the possibility of utilizing some of that on some of the surrounding open space farm fields. So we're going to look at a couple of those options, but the key being to do that work in coordination with, so we don't go in and do the landscaping and then tear everything up after the fact, coming in to dredge that pond at a later date.
I don't know if this is a question for you or for Jeff, but I'm not seeing it right now. But I remember reading that we're going to spend $10,000 for maintenance on the solar system at Centennial Pool. And I was just kind of curious because, we have a solar system on our roof, and it's a real simple system. It's just a closed-loop glycol system. You've got some sensors. You have a pump. You've got a microprocessor controller. What could possibly cost $10,000 on a simple solar system like that?
Mayor, members of council, Jeff Friesner, still sharing Diet Coke tonight. Mayor, that is, I believe the Request is for $14,000. 7 is that for Sunset, or excuse me, for Centennial. 7 for the Recreation Center. And we have, over the last few years, had problems with sensors and pumps and motors. We've had to do some replacement of all the glycol at Centennial Pool, so we've had some ongoing issues without any resources to take care of those things. So we are anticipating that as the system continues to get older, we're going to continue to have problems and need those resources.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Jeff. I had the same question. That's brand new. I mean, how old is it?
3, 4. We might be in our 4th year now.
I mean, that's relatively new. I'm shocked that we're already having this amount of issues. I mean, is any of this under warranty or?
No, it is not. Part of the issues that happened at the rec center, and we had 2 very significant insurance claims that were submitted and paid for, is shortly after the system at the recreation center was installed, it was hit by lightning, and it pretty much zapped everything in the whole system. We did $40,000 worth of repairs, and then had another set of issues come on later that was tied to the same lightning strike. And so one of the things that we have found is, and hopefully with our phase 2 of ESCO is going to address some of this, especially at Centennial, is that we have multiple systems with different sensors reading different things, and as we replace the boiler over there yet this year, we're hoping to redo all of those systems that tie it all together, and we'll be able to have a better operating system. But again, we've had experiences with glycol having to be replaced because it's not at the level to, I think it has to be at around 50%. We had dropped down where we'd had to offer or add enough water that it was down to around 15%. So that request is based on the experiences we've had so far.
But shouldn't that material have been there for a lot longer than 3 years? At Centennial?
Usually these glycol systems are closed-loop, sealed systems, but just have leaks in it, I guess.
There was a leak, but again, it was not significant to drop it to that far. But again, that's the experience we've had to date.
Councilmember Simone.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Have we done any calculations on the ROI on that to see if we're really getting the benefit out of it? I mean, if we've already spent $40,000 to repair it or to replace the majority, and we're going to be spending another $14,000, the payback, I'm guessing, is going to be 30 years out.
The council was provided information early in the year with the return on investment. The overall project for ESCO, and I apologize because I'm not an expert on this, but was returning at a rate that it needed to be. But again, that was all of the work that was done, not just with the solar systems. The $40,000 that had to be put back into the system was only due to the lightning strike, not to the system itself.
I understand, but it's still $40,000 that we had to reinvest in it.
Right. Yeah.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, would any of these are some of these projects? Are any of these projects part of the performance contract we have with McKinstry, and would that be absorbed into the contract? Some of these maintenance issues, as far as the payback on the increment that we have with the financing of the installations and all that?
I don't believe that the ongoing maintenance is included on that. That falls back on the city. The part that McKinstry is responsible for is making sure that the city is recovering or saving the amount of money to pay back the purchase or the lease options. And so we were able to do that.
No, they're not really. Are they still functioning well enough, though? I mean,
Yes.
to get that? Okay.
So, yeah,
All right.
but let me just give a little clarification on the solar that staff is working on right now. The original design for the solar at the 2 locations was undersized. And so we are trying to go through negotiations with McKinstry and NextGen, that is the installer and provider of the solar, to try to bring those levels up to what they were initially anticipated in. We met just last week with McKinstry, responded to a proposal that they had and have asked for them to go back and revisit their proposal. But the solar at the 2 locations, again, is not sized to meet the 100% recovery that was provided by McKinstry, or the estimates.
So would
Councilmember Witt?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. This brings up a larger issue for me, and that is, do we not have insurance? If it was hit by lightning, can't you put in a request to get that paid by insurance?
And we did. Both of the 2 claims, 40 and 20, were reimbursed by the city's insurance.
So part of, if I can jump in, so part of it, the undersizing on the solar unit is actually impacting the ROI, to really touch on the question that you asked.
Right.
I wanted to make sure that was clear.
But I don't remember, thank you, Mayor, I don't remember that being discussed when we approved the solar over with McKinstry, that it was undersized. I don't recall ever hearing that it was undersized.
I believe it was in the conversation. The way McKinstry is looking at the lease payment is that it's the entire project, not just the solar part. Staff is trying to remedy that the solar portion of that shortfall.
Is there?
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So if we have received $40,000 for that and $20,000 for the lightning strike, why is it still an expense in our budget?
It's still the city's responsibility to maintain and upkeep the sensors, the glycol, the whole operating system. Because of the issues we've had at Centennial, we believe we need to have those resources available to us to keep the system operating if we continue to see those issues.
So it's for future expenses.
Yes.
It's an ongoing operating expense, and essentially because of the history of the system and the problems they've had, they felt like in order to utilize that system, we needed to have those funds available to make sure that it was operating. So it's not related to the past events. It's just something that the history itself of how that is operated is dictating the need for those dollars.
Councilmember Santos?
Mayor, I'm just stunned that it's 3 years old and we're having issues at Centennial Pool. This was supposed to be a nice renewable source, and like other solar panel fiascos that we've seen throughout the country the last several years, we had one ourselves. I'm at a loss trying to figure out exactly, do we cut our losses and call it good, and find a different heating source or energy source, or do we continue? I mean, how much more are we going to dump into how much did we spend on it? How much have we, what was supposedly going to be the return of investment that we were going to get? Now we've had some issues at Centennial Pool. I'm not so worried about the lightning strike, because I get that, but what is I'm having difficulty is the project in Centennial Pool. It's 3 years old. Sandy, you look like you're going to add something.
Mayor Coombs, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, as I don't know all the cost numbers for the entire project, but what I do know is that in April you received an update from McKinstry and from Mike Fraley from LPC. And basically what they talked about was the idea that the solar did not perform as well as they had thought. And so they were able to do adjustments in the performance contracting in order to make that work in the future because other things did better than they thought. So things like power savers on Diet Coke machines and other things are things that actually came across as having more energy savings than they anticipated. And so in the overall contract, they were incorporating that into the phase 2 that you're beginning to see now. But they did update that piece in April, and we'd be happy to gather some more information about that.
And get no one's on, so I'm just dumbfounded that in 3 years we're dropping another tens of thousands of dollars into something that I think should still be okay. I mean, I just don't get it.
Right. And I guess my response would be that the $14,000 that we're asking for is to have in place in case we continue to have that. We may be fortunate and not have problems again for the next 5 years. So if the $14,000 is not budgeted, system goes on, and the recreation staff has to find ways to make the repairs if we do in fact have them.
Well, we already have the sunk costs, so if let's say we had to spend $10,000 a year to maintain that, if that thing generated $15,000 worth of heated water value to us, then since we've already sunk the cost, it would still make sense at that point to continue with it. So that's the question. And I guess we won't know those answers until we look at how this thing performs over the next few years, but it is probably something we should just keep an eye on. Councilmember Samari.
I just put it on so we get Santos out. So if it's undersized, are we going to remedy that and bring it up to the right size so it's more efficient and effective?
We are currently negotiating with McKinstry and NextGen on that right now. And what we believe are leaning towards right now would be to put more of the panels at the recreation center and try to build that up there, because we have 2 pools that we heat with that solar to try to make up that difference.
But is that at an additional cost to us, or who made the mistake to begin with?
We are currently negotiating with McKinstry that we believe that that's on them.
Okay.
They have not said, yes, we agree, but that's the recreation and the staff's point of view right now.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Harold.
I was going to say Jeff's going to come down and add some information to this discussion, and then I would like to, at some point, jump in.
Okay.
Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Cedar Facility Maintenance.
Get closer to the mic.
Oh, sorry. The controls were proposed on that project, and the vendor that we use are proprietary. So as we move forward with phase 2, we're going to change the controls so we can in-house manage that better. That's the real root of the cause of the problem that you've seen over the 3 years.
So I think a lot of the questions that council is actually asking today are similar questions that we were asking during the budget review process and really trying to get our hands around this issue. I think one of the things, as I've been through these type of projects before, really the devil's in the details when we're moving through it and how we evaluate it and what we come up with. I think as we continue to move forward with this process, the level of scrutiny that we're going to have is going to go up significantly. In addition, I also, really fundamentally believe that as it's put together, we also rely on a level of expertise by these companies in terms of what they're providing us and putting it together, and that it works. And I think that needs to be part of the discussion in terms of resolution to this issue. So obviously we have conversations to have and really get at the root cause of this. But I don't fundamentally disagree. I don't disagree. I actually agree with you all in terms of it's 3 years old. Why are we having these issues? What is the performance? What does the ROI mean? And I think that that's just an overall evaluation that we're going to have to go through, and we will engage in those discussions diligently as we continue moving forward. But these processes, we just have to be cautious when we go through this. Granted, we are generating a return that's sufficient to pay for it. But we would generate more of a return if this worked as anticipated. And I think we need to be cognizant of that in terms of how we manage the taxpayers' dollars and we continue to move forward. I think staff is doing what they can to try to get there. This is a different level of discussion in terms of what we were told we were going to get and what we actually got. And I think we just need to have a very direct conversation on this issue.
No, and I would agree. Part of it, I'm not Jeff's. It's not directed at you. I'm just frustrated with equipment we've purchased that is not functioning the way it's supposed to function. 3 years old. I would really, and I don't know about other members of council, but I'd really like to know how those discussions with McKinstry continue, and heavily scrutinize everything. And Mayor, if it gets to the point where, you have a sunk cost, but there comes a point where you have to say enough's enough and cut your losses. So, and if we're going to get to that point, we might have to find a different option. Those are my thoughts.
Absolutely. Agree.
All right. And I think we're prepared to actually come in and make that recommendation if we really see where the numbers aren't making sense and this isn't something that we shouldn't go forward with. I think we will come forward and actually bring that to council's attention. So we're prepared for that conversation.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for that.
Mayor and Council, so the projects that I was mentioning earlier that was not part of our pre-recorded presentation is MUW 172, the Windy Gap Firming Project, and Ken Hewson is going to give you a quick update on that one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Ken Hewson, Water Resources Administrator. Just wanted to quickly highlight one of the actually larger projects we have coming before us. It's MUW 172's Windy Gap Firming Project. As I think we've probably had enough presentations by now, most people know the purpose of the project is to firm up the yield of the Windy Gap water diversion project, which Longmont participated in, was originally constructed in 1985. It yields during average and wet years, but during dry years does not yield because of its priority on the Colorado River, and so as a result we need to build storage to store the water and have that yield available to us during dry periods. Currently the project is in the permitting and environmental evaluation phase. The federal government has completed the final environmental impact statement, which was done in November of 2011, and the project is currently negotiating with West Slope entities, working with Grand County, where the actual Windy Gap Diversion Project is, to obtain an amendment to the 1041 permit for that project that would include this Windy Gap Firming Project. And then kind of the last big step that needs to be taken before we can get a permit for the project is for the Bureau of Reclamation to negotiate an amended carriage contract for the parent Windy Gap project that allows water to be diverted out of the federal CVT project and stored and then put back in the federal CVT project for delivery to participants. Funding for next year is at a greatly increased rate over what you've seen in the last 4 or 5 years. The permitting and environmental evaluation phases been running us about $140,000 a year. Next year we have budgeted $950,000. We're being very optimistic that the permitting phase will get done next year. Once that's done, and if the federal government does issue a permit for construction of the project, then the next phase that we'll enter into is actually design of the project. There's some fairly significant dollars will be spent during design of the project. The $950,000 would cover Longmont's participation in that design phase. And then, as you see in the project in 2015, we have construction costs. The construction actually, even if we were to get a permit and design done in the next couple of years, all the construction couldn't happen that quickly. But the theory is we'll probably end up having to upfront the construction costs along with the other participants because nobody's going to want to start construction of the project unless we know all the funds are available. And so that's how this CIP is set up. If in fact we do not get the permit as fast as we'd like, then next spring when the 2014 CIP is prepared, we will amend those numbers to bring those dollars into 2014 instead of 2013. But we'll let you know, keep you up to speed. In fact, we will actually be bringing in another amended contract probably about next month for continuation of the permitting process. So if there's any questions on that project, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, we'll go.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So since our public improvement fund is one of our key funds in our capital improvement program, I do want to make a couple brief comments on that fund, and then I will turn it back over to you all to see if you have questions on any of the other projects that were part of the presentation or any projects at all that are included in our CIP. So the Public Improvement Fund statement is on page 537 of the proposed document, as well as on page 190 is a 5-year fund statement in our proposed CIP. And one of the things that I do want to remind Council of is that beginning in the 2010 budget and then followed again in the 11 and 12 budget, the funding split for the sales and use tax between the general fund and the public improvement fund in those 3 years, and then again in 2013, is at the 88.3 and 11.7 split. One important note to make is that in the fund statement that's in our CIP document, you will see that the funding allocation for the sales and use tax split has been restored to the 85-15 split starting in 2014. So that fund statement restores that funding split back to the normal levels, and the projects that are funded in 2014 are reliant upon that funding allocation being shifted back to that funding split. So that is what I wanted to say in terms of the public improvement fund. And now, if you have questions on that public improvement fund, certainly we are here to answer questions. But I do want to give you all an opportunity to ask any questions or have additional discussions on any of the CIP projects.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. It's not on there, but I've heard in the very beginning when I was elected to council, we talked about a need for more swimming pools, and then I've also heard comments about a 50-meter pool or an outdoor, some type of, official facility. So my question is, and I noticed that wasn't in here, so what are the plans for such a facility? What would the pool length be, and would it be indoor or outdoor?
Mayor, members of council, Jeff Friesner, Recreation Manager. We have two different things in the CIP. We have, and I apologize, offhand I don't remember the numbers, but we have a CIP that would be for an additional recreation center. That center, we've talked about over the years, would have a more of a competitive component. There really hasn't been ever a decision on whether it be 25 yards or 50 yards or meters or whichever. Thank you. PB 154. And again, that to have that happen, we would need to go to a bond election to pay for that. We just don't have the funds to do a facility that, you know, could be $18–19 million to complete. Included on that, we would want to do some type of leisure component with water slides, shallow water sprays, because that's the portion of aquatics that really generates the revenue. The competitive lap areas just don't pay the bills, especially if we're again trying to recover at 80 or 90%. Also is included in I think it's PR 110 as a part of Dry Creek. Phase 2 would be the addition of an outdoor swimming pool, much like a Sunset Pool, except in today's age rather than designed in 1964.
The only reason I ask is because early morning lap swimmers, unfortunately, not the money earners, have been asking me recently about whether or not that's on the horizon. And so when I say, what time frame are we looking at? 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 30 years? Make the LDDA pay for it? What?
I think it part of that will be reviewed during the Parks and Rec master plan to kind of see what interests there are. One of the challenges we're looking at how we're going to be able to maintain our existing parks and recreation facilities. If we add a major facility like that, that only adds to the future of being able to maintain everything we have.
Thanks. Councilmember Larson. Yes, I just want to express my preference to looking at, and I know I bring this up every single year, and that's a broken record, that we need to really look at the aging park infrastructure, and it's the PR 174 Playground Rehabilitation Program. Instead of starting on building another 10 tennis courts, I would really like to see us address all of these issues with our aging neighborhood park infrastructure, simply because I know we're going to be doing the big park master planning process, but instead of, I also agree with having the first phase of that project, that temporary parking lot, but before we get further into the project, I'd like to address some of those long-standing neighborhood park issues before we go ahead building a set of 10 tennis courts. So that's just my preference, and I don't know, Kim, can you address that?
Yes, Mayor, Council, Kim Sugar, Natural Resources Manager. I just wanted to point out those are two different funding sources. The tennis courts at Quail are with the Park Improvement Fund, and then we have, which is the whole issue with the park fee, and then the other funding for rehabilitation of our parks is through our Public Improvement Fund.
Yeah, well, and in some of the projects, before we build anything, brand spanking new, I'd sort of like to wait and see, and to look at the project to, it took 2 go-arounds to resurface those tennis courts to the satisfaction of real tennis players, because the first time we did it wasn't with a USTA standard contractor, and it was not a successful resurfacing. So before we get into looking at maintaining 10 other courts, I'd like to address the ongoing issues first. And frankly, having, when you talk about people's impressions of the community, it really shouldn't be just the new parks that have the decent playground equipment, because frankly, every neighborhood needs a fair shake, and it's nice that Collier Park finally got new playground equipment. I remember a story years ago that a young woman who's now 27 years old fell off that playground equipment when she was 3 or 4 years old and broke her arm, and it took until this year to replace that playground equipment. And we knew it had been out of compliance for many years. So I'm happy to see it on here again, but I'd really like to take as much as we could to address those playground rehabilitation issues and rehabilitation of facilities before we look at some of the other items.
Councilmember Santos. Thank you, Mayor. And again, as we discussed several years prior, as Kim mentioned, we're talking 2 different funding sources. So, again, Councilmember Levison, I remember you wanted to take money from LPC for the Terry substation and not grant it that in, which is that's an enterprise fund, and go put it in parks at 1 year. So we need to understand where the pots of money and where things get paid from first before we try to say, let's move this money here, this money here. I mean, this isn't creative financing. This is actually, we have rules and procedures about how we spend money in, the 30-plus funds that we have. So while I would agree that, we need to look at park rehabilitation on some of the older parks, but we still have parks in the city that haven't been built yet. And I know this is, we're looking at the council approved, and we'll get it back on first reading, the park fee that we're looking at, hopefully jump-starting some projects here in town. But I'm also looking forward to seeing what the parks master plan and how, and I think that will incorporate some of that rehabilitation. And if I'm wrong, please tell me I am, but I'm pretty sure that's what we addressed not only at the retreat, but several council meetings that we've currently had about we need to know exactly what is the O&M for those parks, what parks maybe need to be taken offline for a period of time, and see about what rehabilitation can be done. And then, of course, with that master plan, as all the other master plans that we've seen, Councilmember Levison, over the years that we've been on council together, is that you have a set timetable about here's what we need to do, and this is what needs to be done. So, again, let's not try to do creative accounting, and that doesn't always do well, especially, do accounting, so it doesn't really play well with financial policies and how things actually occur. So let's be very cautious about saying, let's put this money here, and let's do this project before this project, because we have older parks that haven't been addressed, but we have newer parks that haven't been even built yet. I look forward to seeing the Parks Master Plan very soon.
Thank you. All right, continue.
Okay, so if there are...
Councilmember Santos, thank you. I see Vince Jordan's here. I would love to hear more about Tele 1. I'm so excited regarding the fiber optic network and I know I gave a presentation, but I got to spend some time with Vince today as part of my LPC day. So Vince, can you shed some light and a little bit more for the public regarding Tel 1?
Sure. Mayor Combs, Mayor Pro Tem Santos, council members, Vince Jordan, telecom manager at LPC. Tel 1 is a project that we'll propose to council. We're still doing work on the business plan for delivering broadband services to the community. So we wanted to get something into CIP for this coming year so that we had an opportunity to get services to residents. So what we did, what Tel 1 shows you is an area of town where there's already considerable physical infrastructure in place that will make it very straightforward for us to get fiber to those residential areas. And that's why we've, to this point, proposed that. We're still looking at the costs that will be associated with doing that and the level of effort to do that, as well as other areas around town as well. We've been meeting with a lot of the businesses and residents on a pretty regular basis having ongoing conversations with 3 HOAs who are interested in trying to figure out a way to get fiber to them sooner than later. So we're looking at all these things, but this project was proposed so that we'd have something in place that we could move forward with and start providing residents services next year.
I think that's great. And so.
And I know
you guys have been working on the business plan for quite a while, and you've gone to many different cities. So,
yes,
I just want to say thanks for the hard work, Tom. I know you're, overseeing Vince and making sure that he's got all his ducks in a row. So it's good to know that we've had that since the ballot initiative passed. You guys have been working on this from the very beginning. So, thank you, and I just wanted to get that update.
Well, thank you, Vince.
Any other projects that council would like to ask about? Okay. All right, then we're going to move on. So the next section is on the grant-funded services that...
Councilmember Samori.
So this subject hasn't been brought up in a while, and I'm sure I'm going to get shot for bringing it, but train noise abatement. Because I thought we were bored and we needed to park the park subject. So we'll move on to trains. I know a couple of years ago we were talking about, train noise abatement at certain intersections. And at the time we set some money aside, or we said let's table it and put the money aside and build the reserves so we can do the critical areas in downtown first. And I don't know that we've added any money to that fund, so I'm trying to figure out where we're at and what the plans would be to make that happen.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs, members of council. Nick Wolfram, Engineering Services Manager. Railroad Quiet Zones is identified as Project T94. The last time we brought that forward to council, and for those of you who may not be real familiar with it, if you do watch the video presentation, we identified a link to the presentation that we did a couple of years ago when we came and had a consultant come to town and did a preliminary design of all of the 17 or 18 mainline crossings and what it would cost to do quiet zones. Supplemental safety measures that do that. It can become very expensive, as Councilmember Samori brought up, and it totaled out at about $5.5 million to $6 million. One of the other challenges is that in order to establish a quiet zone, all of the crossings within a complete half-mile area have to be within that. So if you look at the downtown area of Atwood, you really have to deal with all of the crossings from 9th Avenue down through 3rd Avenue. If you just deal with one or two of them, they're still going to be sounding the horns as they come through there because of the proximity to the next crossings. So we did identify this project in potential phases and broke down a variety of those. The last direction we got was that it would be an unfunded project. The only funding source that we have for this would be that we've identified as the street fund. We have found no federal or state funding available for quiet zones. They're relatively new in Colorado. There are not a lot of them, and Longmont's not alone. I know that Loveland and Fort Collins have both done similar design studies to get a better handle on them, but have also faced the same challenge of not having the funding to do these sort of multi-million-dollar project to deal with that. So it's currently identified as an unfunded project, and that's kind of the background that I can recall on it.
Councilmember Bagley. Oh, excuse me. Councilmember Samori.
Colorblind?
Well, you asked the first question, so actually it is Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and Councilmember Samori. Just very quickly, I got a couple of calls 2 weeks ago, and there was a particular resident in Longmont who was complaining about the length the horn blows on the trains. And his question was, and maybe you know, but are they required to blow the horn for a certain amount of time?
Very much so.
How many seconds?
There's the pattern that's there, and I don't remember it off the top of my head, but the pattern is established by the federal train horn rule, and that was adopted several years ago by the federal government. And actually, if they don't sound those horns, the conductors can be fined for doing that. And the only way when they're not going to do that is if you go in and install what's called supplemental safety measures at crossings, quad gates, medians with gates, a variety of other things, including technology that can monitor the speed of the trains approaching the gate. So it requires specific circuitry that's not at most of the crossings these days because of the age of that infrastructure. So all of that has to happen prior to doing that. The last I checked, I think there were about 6 or 7 quiet zones that had been created in all of Colorado to date because of the cost.
Well, I guess the thought that comes to mind upon hearing Councilmember Smorey's question is simply maybe a cheap solution in the meantime would simply be just a letter to whoever we need to contact at whatever railroad company or the Fed and just say, whatever the minimum is, could you just blow the minimum? And I think that would be maybe an hour or two of somebody's time and a stamp, lick it, send it, and the what?
They have sensors in the cab.
They might have sensors in the cab, but sometimes, I live about a quarter of a mile away from the railroad track, sometimes it's way longer than other times. So
you have to realize, Councilmember Bagley, that the railroads, here Scott has this power, then the railroads are right there, then the U.S. government.
It's the other way around.
Councilmember Webb.
Thank you, Mayor. And also, Councilmember Bagley, people have been working on this for years. So, seriously. Not that nobody's ever paid attention to this issue, truly. So, but I believe that Mayor Coombs is correct in the powers of the railroads. And another thing that I think we need to keep in mind in this discussion is our ongoing look at fast tracks and how that will affect what happens in Longmont. So I think it is premature at this point to talk about specifically funding anything until we really have a handle on what that's going to look like.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes, there's actually one other project I had a question on, the Missing Sidewalks project, which is the T105. I know that we're addressing some of the missing sidewalks that have been mentioned in previous budget times. Have we ever looked at where missing sidewalks are as far as routes to school, like we have our Safe Routes to School program, and whether or not we could prioritize the missing sidewalk projects as to getting people where they're normally going to go? And I know we're looking at 9th Avenue. Well, I mean, when you see children, when you see 8- and 9-year-olds walking, balancing on the curb to get to school, that to me is a high priority. And I'm just wondering if some of these other selections, I see the Airport Road between St. Vrain Creek and Westview Middle School, if we can't somehow prioritize them that way.
And that is one of the items that we looked at, and a couple of the projects we're working are around that. With regards to the 9th Avenue project, that is one of our top priorities right now. We're in the process of the design is about 50%. I got a nod in the right direction. About 50% completed, and we're also working with a couple of different property owners who we have to acquire right-of-way from, and have been working with them and hope to have that completed so that we discussed that at our capital projects meeting today, so that we're ready to go in the spring, early summer next year, to get that very critical piece of sidewalk in. But school routes is one of the areas that we have been looking at, and we got a couple other projects that relate to schools that are in a design process right now.
Councilmember Savoy.
I'm going to switch back to the tracks. I know a couple of years ago we had about $675,000 that we set aside, or we said keep it in place, don't fund it, but keep the money around. Was that about the right amount?
I think I can't remember exactly. I know at one point in time we had identified a first phase of potential funding that never made it into that. The funds that would be available are going to be the funds that are in the fund balance of the street fund, because that is the sole funding source, and that expires, since it is a 5-year incremental issue. That's one of the challenges with that it rolls through those.
So I guess what I'd like to suggest is maybe we'll look at a savings account that we can put money in to address that issue long term.
Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm interested in the low-hanging fruit. You know, Nick, we've gone through several presentations regarding quiet zones, and there are some areas that we have newer circuit breakers are in. I think along 9th, 17th, maybe 21st.
Actually, the easiest quiet zone that we would have to install would be at State Highway 119, Ken Pratt Boulevard, right at the Nelson Road intersection. The circuitry's in. There's already a median on one side of it. It would literally be a matter of extending one median a little bit farther to do that. But you're absolutely right. And I don't have that study with me this evening, but some of them are in 50,000, 150. Others are $300,000 to $500,000 per intersection, depending on what existing infrastructure is in place and the challenges with those.
Well, it might be that something we don't look at in this year's budget, and as I mentioned last week, the city manager is going to be looking at. We go into 2014's budget right after we finish this one, 2013. So it might be something we try to hit that low-hanging fruit in the 2014 budget. At least get 1, potentially 2 done with a reasonable amount of cost. That's it.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in the past, Councilmember Samori has been advocating the prioritization as the misery index, and I would agree with him. It doesn't really do you much good, when people are complaining about train noise being woken up at 2, 3:30, 4, 4:30, 5, if you're going to stick it in the middle of a retail or a commercial zone. What people really care about is, the horns being laid on from basically Main Street all the way through 9th Avenue and further up to town.
66.
Yeah, all that. So I think that, the misery index should be the first part of the prioritization, because that affects the most people. So, and I think Councilmember Samori and I might have to be the architects of the misery index.
Councilmember Santos.
Well, and we shouldn't be thinking of ourselves. This is for the greater good of the entire community, not for certain members of council and where they live. Again, I'm looking at potentially about what can be actually done. I do recall there was an estimate from 3rd to 9th was at least $1 million, $2 million. I could be wrong, but I know it was at least potentially $1 million. There was even talk. Councilmember Levison even talked about undergrounding, going underground at one point. For the traffic to go underground, going underground on 287. Again, I think what we should probably focus on are those things that we can actually achieve. That, yes, are there some, I think 9th is potentially one that could be relative. 9th is a little difficult because of the way the rail is done, but it can potentially be implemented.
9th doesn't have gates currently.
Right.
17th Avenue and 21st are actually somewhat easier than those. But
there's some out there. And
the key with 9th is that you would also have to do Long's Peak, and you have to do that whole stretch in order to get the benefit from that. 17th and 21st could both be done as could 66 as standalone, because there's enough distance between the crossings.
Again, taking that low-hanging fruit and at least getting some done. Is everyone going to be happy? No, because everyone's going to want it all to be done and be done fast. But you try to hit that low-hanging fruit first.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thanks, Mayor Coombs. Sorry I had to step out for a second, but just responding to Council Member Witt, I didn't mean to imply that those of you who have dealt with the trains for a very long time have been inept or lazy in your efforts. My only point was that, I was just thinking in terms of, just maybe a nice letter. I'm sure it wouldn't do anything. But I'm just saying, my point was that I just don't want to spend millions of dollars at this point. But thank you, Council Member Samori, for bringing up such a delightful topic.
And if I may, Council, just to let you know that this discussion isn't very far from our minds on a regular basis. We were recently made aware by one of the citizens of our community that they talked to an elected official at the state or federal level and thought that there was a funding opportunity, and we immediately went to track down that opportunity and ran into a dead end. It didn't exist. But anytime we hear of any opportunities related to this issue, we are engaging in them. It's just to date we haven't found anything that's been able to pan itself out. So.
Thank you, Nick. Councilmember Alex, did you have one final question?
No question. That's why I'm suggesting that we start a savings or some sort of an account where we pool the money in so we can do all of them at one time and take care of everybody in the community, regardless of where they live.
I actually agree.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the grant-funded services part of the council communication. So during the budget discussion this past July, Council Member Levison requested some information on the services that the city currently provides that either originated from grant funding sources or are currently being funded with grant funding sources. And so what we have done is put together, to the best of our ability, that information. I guess I would point out that our current financial system has some limitations in terms of our ability to track grant funding services, especially that originated quite a while ago. So this may not be an exhaustive list. I also wanted to point out that many of the grants that the city receives is for capital equipment or is for matches to capital improvement projects, and so therefore doesn't necessarily have an ongoing commitment that the city would have to assume. However, we do have currently, we do receive grant funds, and we have in the past received some grant funds that we are continuing to provide the services even though the grant dollars have long since gone away. And so what we have tried to provide to you is some of those services as well as some of the other items that we've gotten through grant funds that do require an ongoing operating and maintenance type perspective city commitment for. So we weren't going to go through each one of these. However, we do have staff in the audience if you are interested in hearing more about some of these or have any questions on any of them.
Councilmember Levison.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you for doing this. One thing that I think we didn't consider when we're looking at all the equipment is that the city provides, one of the ongoing costs would be finding a place to put all of it and make sure that there's an inventory system and tracking. So my one notation here was that we need to consider the storage of the equipment and any kind of training that we would, that's an additional cost that would come with the grant. Sometimes I don't think it includes the training. And I've heard from other council members across the country that, frankly, they were not that enthusiastic about the COPS grant program because once the grant initially to hire the public safety officers expires, then you have an ongoing cost, which is for the 6 police officers we funded through that initial grant is more than $500,000. Not to say that we don't like to have, public safety officer salaries paid for the first couple of years, but I think that something that involves personnel, we do have to look at some ongoing long-term costs. First couple of years is great, but then we've got a situation, then we are going to keep them. We're not just going to cut them loose. We're going to keep them on staff as well. And I guess the stuff, the cost that we have when we get the FEMA grant, we didn't include that because that was just simply for the project. Okay, thank you.
Questions on the grant piece?
Don't see any.
No? Okay, so the final topic that we want to talk about before we have our public hearing is our prioritization process. So as council has heard about in the past, the city does have a what we call the prioritization process for our general fund services. It began in 2009 for our 2010 budget process. It was a process that we went through that involved some community input, and ultimately what we received out of this process is a prioritized list of general fund city services in priority order based on that input that we received from the community. And in each subsequent year since then, we have updated the costs associated with the services. We have not gone through the entire process of rescoring, nor have we gone through the process of the community involvement piece of this entire process. But we do continue to update the costs associated with each of the services and provide an updated chart that shows by quartile how we are spending our dollars, as well as provide to council the entire list of city services and costs associated with those city services. And those can be found in attachment V and attachment W in your packet. I guess I would point out that the majority of the general fund resources that is being spent are being spent in those higher quartile areas. And then in the 2013 proposed budget, we do have $15,000 for temporary funds to assist in updating the entire process again. We feel that it really is time to take a look at that again. It's been a few years since we've gone through that entire process. We've learned some things that we may want to tweak in that process, and so we would like to really go through that entire process again in 2013. Okay. So unless council has any questions on that, I wasn't going to go through any of the details that was included in those attachments. Okay. So our city charter requires that we hold a public hearing on the proposed operating budget on or before October 1st. And then we advertise that public hearing at least 5 days prior to the public hearing. So we have done that. It was advertised in the Times Call. And for this evening, this will be our first public hearing. We will have a second public hearing on October 2nd. And I just really quickly want to give you and the public some numbers in our current budget. So the 2013 proposed budgets with the changes that we spoke to you about tonight in terms of our PR 121 CIP project, the DDA changes, etc. So the only changes that are not included in the numbers that I'm going to give you are the numbers from our MUS 49 project, with the cogen, because we just wasn't sure which project to include. So that's the only one that's not included. So our 2013 proposed budget totals $227,082,621. And in that number is $31.9 million for our CIP for 2013. And in that number is $67,290,661 in our general fund. The 2013 proposed budget includes about $2.7 million of HUTF revenues in the street fund, which will be used to help finance capital projects that are included in that proposed budget. Historically, we have, as part of our public hearing, we've also included the use of those HUTF revenues as part of the public hearing. Staff recommends that you hold one public hearing this evening and include all three, the proposed budget, the proposed CIP, and then our use of the HUTF revenues, all in one public hearing. And I also would like to point out that copies of the proposed 2013 budget and the 2013 to 17 CIP have been available in the public library, as well as at the city clerk's office, and on the city's website, since they have been presented to you in August. So I think your public hearing would be in order then.
All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on any of these items?
Good evening. I'm Buzz Feldman, live at 3135 Lake Parkway. I'm a member of your Transportation Advisory Board, and just want to let you know that the TAB agreed unanimously in favor of the CIP as it relates to transportation issues. Thank you, Buzz.
Hello, I'm Mike Stossmeyer, 12001 Twilight Street. I'd like to address budgeting as it relates to the Champlain River Corridor. Mayor Combs and council members, thank you for your support in bringing the River Corridor Initiative to the annual retreat. Thank you for including in this year's work plan the goal to hire by October 12th an urban planning consultant to develop a River Corridor land use master plan. In doing so, this council has demonstrated the courage and leadership necessary to finally address this, the most significant danger to the city and to public safety, that of a 100-year flood. Although a danger, the River Corridor ironically also holds Longmont's greatest potential for economic development and for a tremendous cultural transformation that can help the city flourish for decades. Unfortunately, the work plan item for hiring this consultant has been deleted and truncated for budgetary reasons and amended into the Parks and Trails planning effort. Bottom line, number one threat to public safety to the city, a 100-year flood event. Foremost economic and cultural opportunity, the St. Vrain River Corridor. Total in capital improvement projects needed, well over $30 million. Proposed funding for River Corridor master planning, an effort intended to strategically address the threat, leverage cultural opportunities, and maximize return on investment, deleted. The two Parks and River Corridor planning efforts are equally large in scope, but very different purposes, goals, objectives, and public engagement issues. 2 for 1, really? There are over $30 million in long-range capital improvement pipeline related to the St. Vrain River Corridor. A corridor master planning effort represents spending less than 1% of that amount to leverage return on this investment. This is about more than bridges. Corridor master planning will develop a strategy for appropriate land use and regulations that capitalizes on this huge investment, both financially and culturally. It will open up sources of public and private financing and revenue streams that otherwise would not be available. It is about making these projects financially viable to be completed in the near term. I just came from Parks and Planning meeting. They're doing a great job. However, asking questions about bike path use and trails maintenance will not begin to address land use decisions bordering those trails. It will not provide sophisticated financial analysis of the impact of these decisions. It will not address capital raising strategies to pay for these bridges. This scope of work cannot be squeezed into that project. In short, it will not empower the transformation of the St. Vrain. The effective deletion of this distinctly different and equally large river master planning effort by amendment into the parks effort only serves to eliminate that attempt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else? I guess I'll close the public hearing.
So, Mayor, I just want to talk a little bit about what you can expect at your upcoming meeting on October 2nd. So that will be the evening where staff will require some final direction from you all so that we can come back with our budget ordinances on your October 9th agenda. I would also point out that one of the things that was on our original schedule that was supposed to come to you tonight was our financial assessment report. That report just wasn't complete in time, and so that will come to you on October 2nd as well. It will be a pre-recorded presentation as it has been in the past, and then we can talk briefly about it if you would like during that meeting. So we managed to make it through all of our topics that we had for you this evening. We don't have any planned topics to bring you for Thursday. So I guess I would ask if you all would like to continue to meet on Thursday. It is still a scheduled meeting.
Councilmember Levison?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move to extend the meeting so that we can finish the items on our agenda, including council comment and, the other items.
Second. All right. Let's vote to extend the meeting.
Motion passes 5-2 with Bagley and Samori dissenting.
Sorry.
Councilmember Witt?
I would like to suggest that it seems like we've covered a lot tonight and that we've kind of completed the work that was assigned. So my suggestion is that we cancel the budget meeting on Thursday evening. I have another meeting to go to anyway, so I'll be going to a meeting. It's not like I'm getting off. So I guess, do I have to make a motion to do that? Okay, so I move that we cancel the budget meeting on Thursday, September 20th.
All right, that's been second. Councilmember Witt?
I'll wait till after the vote.
Okay, let's vote.
That vote is unanimous, 7-0.
Okay. Councilmember Witt?
I just wanted to say that this has been a very well put together presentation, and I really appreciate the dialogue that we've had over very important issues, and I think that we have a lot to continue to work on and think about. But I really appreciate the hard work from staff members. I know that a lot of work has been put into this to make it come together so nicely, so thank you.
I also liked the YouTube presentation of the CIP items. That was very, very useful. Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I just want to ditto to just everything you guys have done. The numbers and budgeting and accounting are extremely difficult, and how you guys all figure out how to present it and pull it together. I'm amazed that our city runs, but not after seeing the work you guys do. That's awesome. Thank you. But I do want to touch base on the last comment that we just had. Mike's the champion of the river corridor. We're all aware of that. And, I mean, some of the things he said, if true, are concerning. So my question is, we gave direction to staff to move forward with the river corridor. My understanding is that's what should be happening. And I know that we've had some conversations, but I just wanted to give you, I would like council to hear your response so we kind of know where we are, what's the track, what's the plan, is he right, wrong, etc.
So I'm going to ask Dale to come up too, and we're going to kind of tag team this discussion. But what I can tell council is that we've actually been actively working on this as we've been moving through the process. One of the things that we've been really focused on over the last few months is what you will hear us call the Anderson study. And the Anderson study is really looking at the stormwater issues and the drainage issues, and frankly the life safety issues that were brought up earlier in terms of what does that need to look like. Part of that study is actually including different types of channel design that we need to be able to bring to the table, because as you move through these type of river development projects, one of the things that you don't want to do, and a lot of folks talk about what they see in other communities. San Antonio is one that often comes up. Well, the problem, well, it's a great area. It's a channel design that is very hard and harsh, and so you don't want everything to look like that, but you do want certain areas to look like that where you're going to bring in some type of commercial activity. In other areas you may want more of a natural look, so they are bringing those things together in terms of the various options. We have just received that report, and so they're going to be meeting next week and moving through that discussion. At the same time, one of the things, and I've been meeting on an ongoing basis with the team that's really working on this initiative. I have had the opportunity to work on a river development project, and I have learned a lot in the process. And frankly, I learned a lot about what not to do, because we did make some mistakes as we were moving through the process. And the one thing is really bringing a complete package together and taking a more holistic view of the process and making sure that we're including all of that. So we are including transportation as part of the discussion. We are including the Parks Master Plan as part of the discussion. The first and main plan, what's happening in downtown, the stormwater components, because everything really comes into play. Because what you want to do is you want to create an overall design and a concept that is connected to the entire community, so it doesn't look like it's a fragmented project and it's a little bit different than what you're bringing in other areas of the community. So we're working through all of those issues in terms of bringing that information together. You know, one of the things is Councilmember Bagley asked me, he goes, well, what can happen in these discussions? And the example that I gave him is when we were working on a very similar project in San Angelo, we actually ran into the Concho River water snake, which was on the endangered species list. Even though it was on the endangered species list and it was scheduled to be delisted, we still ended up getting locked up in. Took us about 6 months as we were kind of fighting through this, to the point to where the design of the river actually had to accommodate that species and the breeding of that species, and then we could only work during certain times of the year when that wasn't occurring. So that involved dredging, that involved construction, and we had to manage all of those issues. Well, in talking to Dale, we actually have that issue on the same frame. And so there's some wild, different species. It's not the Concho River water snake. No. So we have that issue. So there also then becomes another component that we have to look at in terms of the wildlife component and what that really means to the overall project. Our current schedule is actually to have a presentation before the council where we're bringing all of this together. And I just lost my sheet. It's October.
In October. It could be on the 16th if that queues up with all the other items that we have on the
So what we're trying to do is manage the overall workload right now in terms of what we're having with budget, but we will definitely bring it in October. Once we have that discussion with the council, then we're going to go out and engage the property owners to really start talking more specifically, and then we're going to go out and actually have more public meetings. We're going to have some community meetings to add to the information that we're getting, and based on the discussion that I had with Brad Skull earlier today, we're really looking at a late October, November timeframe for those meetings. Now, one of the things that we are looking at is that there is the opportunity, based on the other studies that we have going on right now, to look at potentially piggybacking some of those things. Now, that doesn't mean that we are sacrificing the economic development interest or the development interest in the process. What we're looking at, is there a level of expertise with some of the firms that we're working with where they can come in and actually bring the skill set to bear, and does it bring an efficiency in terms of the overall cost for this project? Because we're also having to manage dollars. As council has seen, this budget was tight and difficult for us to deal with. I fundamentally believe that the next couple of budgets are going to be, we're going to have to deal with the same issues. So we're trying to look at the opportunity, is there a way to find a cost-effective way to do this? Again, but that doesn't mean you sacrifice the overall goal or desire that council has brought before us. In addition to that, we have a meeting scheduled in a couple of weeks. October 5th, with a group called the National Development Council, and they really bring some non-traditional funding mechanisms to the table. Again, lesson learned. When we worked on the project in San Angelo, we did not include that group. That group actually could have brought some significant revenue sources to bear. But unfortunately, we started the project before we included them. So we are also looking at other sources to help bring in revenue. One of the things is that there is not a mutually exclusive approach to this. As we look at a project of this magnitude, we are going to have to bring all of these perspectives to bear, because we're just going to, the funds required for this type of project are significant, and we have to be creative. It is very important for us to continue moving forward and providing council with information. We are going to really pay attention to everything, and we have not forgotten the economic development aspects to this or what it means to the community. It is an asset, and it is our intention to continue moving forward. What I miss?
Really nothing, other than just a little nuance issue with you'll recall at the retreat we had the Denver Foundation come up and talk to us, as well as I think some folks from Design Studios West. And if we do go with the consultant that's working with us on the Parks Master Plan, MIG, which does also a lot of urban planning, I would hope, and I believe it to be true, that would not exclude bringing in, certainly for discussion, certainly for strategy, people like Jeff Schumacher and other folks that can bring to bear some of the strategies that they have probably put in place down in Denver and other areas around the state. I think what we're trying to say is there is an efficiency of scale and of timing to keep these things moving. We are trying to do them in an order that's logical, that makes sense, so that you're not trying to sort of envision things before you have a sense of what you can do with things like the floodway and the floodplain. So, as Harold mentioned, October 16th is our date to try to come up and talk with you about and give you a very detailed update on the whole river corridor project. And again, it's our intent to bring, as Harold mentioned, a whole group of people to this to bear on this, because this will in fact be a long-term type of project. This is not something that this city is going to be able to accomplish in the next year or two. It is something that is going to be long-term.
Thank you, Dale.
It's not the Preeble's Mouse. Oh, if you are interested, we do have some candidate. That sounds like a goofy term. We have some minnows that are in the St. Vrain that are very limited in their habitat, and some of which are found only locally here in the St. Vrain, which is sort of a cool thing. It makes it difficult, though, when you need to do floodway improvements.
Councilmember Witt.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a specific question regarding our council work plan. Did we have in there that we were going to hire somebody by October 12th? I can't remember that. I was given the, I was told that I didn't have to babysit this, so I haven't been. Can you tell me if that was in our work plan? And if so, have we set aside money for that, and have we even started looking for somebody?
Mayor Combs and Councilmember Witt, you are correct that by mid-October we said that we would be underway with the urban design aspect of the project, if you will. And that's exactly what we are looking at in finalizing the scope of work, having those discussions with MIG, coming up and talking with you about it. So it was to initiate the process or that aspect of the project, which I believe we're on schedule to do. It would take, I would assume, a longer time if we were to bid this out in a formal RFP process. But I would hope we could also structure a contract, if that were to be a contract amendment with MIG, as I said earlier, that doesn't preclude us from bringing to the table some of the other folks that you heard from at your retreat. So you're correct with the date, and we believe we're on schedule to get there.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So just to recap, we have a concerned citizen or a group of citizens championing the river corridor who fears that we are not making significant progress in the river corridor. And what I'm also hearing from city staff is that you have not gone AWOL. You have not gone, following your own willy-nilly path. You're following council's direction. Maybe not exactly like Mike would want, but we are making progress, and you're on track, and you're committing that we're going to get more information mid-October into November, and that cross your heart, hope to die, that we're moving forward.
We will be presenting to council in October.
All right. Cool.
The November part was the public meeting, but we will be here in October.
That's your response, what I was hoping to hear. So thank you.
Hey. Are we done now with general business? And I guess it's no. Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead, Harold.
I'm not used to making comments at the end of the meeting. Basically, at the October 2nd meeting, we have two proclamations scheduled: the 2013 budget discussion and the RTD policy discussion, highlighted for that meeting. We've been working with the Longmont Area Economic Council to have, an update to the City Council and for their board members to be here in terms of a joint meeting. There are a couple of options that are available to the City Council, and these options were presented by LAEC staff. One would be conducting a pre-session with a dinner, and then they would still like to have provide a brief presentation to council during the actual study session. The other is to have the full presentation and joint meeting during the study session, but then have a pre-session prior to the start of the meeting with light appetizers, and really use that as a networking opportunity for the council in terms of the LEC board members. And so at this point, we would really just like to see what is the preference of City Council in terms of, do you want to have a dinner and a more detailed presentation and then a brief overview during the study session, or just a study session presentation, and then maybe something with light appetizers prior to? Or would you just like a study session presentation? October 2nd is the date.
Councilman Solari.
I was under the impression that we may have a meeting already scheduled prior to ours, or planning on having meetings scheduled prior to ours on October 2nd. 9th? Okay.
Well, there may be an executive session, so I guess we counsel just like a presentation during the study session?
Wait, no.
Good night?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're okay on the second?
Councilmember Witt.
Thanks. I think based on the amount of work that we have to do on the second, I think it would probably be better if we had a pre-session with LAEC, whether it is a full meal or if it is snacks, but whatever it is, it needs to be done prior to the council meeting, because it sounds like we have a very full schedule, and then a very brief presentation by LAC during the meeting. That would be my preference.
Councilmember Robinson?
Actually, I would prefer just trying to do a brief presentation within the scope of the meeting. But if most people want to start earlier, I don't really want to start at 5 or 5:30. I think we could probably do it in an hour if we start at 6.
Councilmember Witt?
Okay, so do you need an official motion?
That would work. That would be
Okay,
great.
well, I would make a motion that we have a pre-session with LAEC beginning at 6. With food.
I hear you.
All right. 1 second. All right, let's vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
We would normally try to accommodate this, but we also are cognizant that we have really been putting a lot of items on the agendas, and you all have been working diligently and through the budget process, and we really thank you for that. And we also know that you're going to have budget and RTD on that date, so we really wanted to give council the opportunity to let us know what you would like, because that does have the potential to be a long night.
Okay. Next is final call. Public invited to be heard. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the council at this time? Seeing no one, I'll close public invited to be heard. It's time for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Witt.
Two important things. Thing number one, I need to say thank you to Brad Squirrel and Mayor Coombs, who were on my team on Saturday for the Cycle for Life for Cystic Fibrosis. And most of the day I spent trying to catch up with Brad Squirrel, and my husband tried to catch up with the mayor, and that never happened. So, but I just really appreciate the time and effort that they put forth to participate in something that was really important to me. So thank you so much. Thing number two, an unfortunate incident happened on Sunday. There were some visitors to our area who were biking, and unfortunately somebody, I don't think it was a Longmont resident, but followed along and honked at these people for 5 miles, and it was very unfortunate. And I think that everybody got that email, and I responded and I said, if they ever come back, we'll take them out for drinks. So keep your schedule open. That is not how Longmont views cyclists. We are very supportive of the cycling community, and we are always looking to have people come travel here to Longmont and participate in events like this, and just enjoy our over 100 miles of trail, etc. So I just wanted to, number one, say, obviously that's not a Longmont resident. Number two, come back.
Councilmember Witt, very well spoken. That was a very unfortunate situation. Sandy, would you like to weigh in on that?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Witt. So our police department started to receive floods of calls once that YouTube video actually hit. It's already hit 71,000 hits. So of all the videos to go viral, that one did. And as it turns out, it was not in the Longmont city limits. It was actually in Boulder County. And so they've actually posted some information not only on their YouTube site, but also on the YouTube site of the originator, stating who it is that they can talk to. That is the sheriff's office deputy who is handling this case, and they are on it. They had the license plate number of the vehicle if you watch the YouTube video, and so I would say that it is being handled.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in here. I got a request earlier in the week from a Dale Bernard, who's on the Historic Society, or an ex-member, but they have this, pardon? She. So, excuse me. It's a she. Yeah, Dale's one of those names, you can take it either way. But anyway, they have the ability to go after some state grant fund of about $26,000. They have a pledge of a cash match of $8,620, and they're asking the city to write a letter of support for this. And I think there's no downside. It's going to go to our Hover Manor and the Hover Farm, and so anytime that we can leverage money from the state to come into the city, I just would like to run that by the rest of your council. Are you guys okay with me writing that letter of support through Rigo and furnishing that? All right. Thank you. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I wanted to thank the Water Department for our raw water tour on Friday. It was awesome. It was great to follow the water from Button Rock all the way down to Union, and I got to see things, and it will make making decisions on those projects much easier for me now that I've actually seen where they are and what they do. I also wanted to mention my business of the week. That would be the Romana Cake House. It's the stuff that dreams are made of when you're on a diet. It's at 900 South Hover. It's a family-owned and operated European bakery. So if you're not on a diet, go on to Romana Cake House soon. Eat something for me.
Councilmember Levison.
Thank you. I just want to wish everybody out there that celebrates the High Holy Days, the Jewish High Holy Days, Lashana Tova. And yesterday and today were Rosh Hashanah, and next week is Yom Kippur, beginning Tuesday evening, just prior to sundown. And wish everybody who's going to be fasting on that day an easy fast as well. And I appreciate council members for not holding a meeting because I would not be able to go to services that evening. So I appreciate canceling that.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would like to address the front page of the newspaper this morning, but the one above the fold, not below the fold. Tomorrow, I guess I was hoping it would be before 11, but oh well. But tomorrow, as we all know, Governor Hickenlooper is coming, and there's going to be a panel discussion. I plan on going. I don't know how many of my fellow council members are going. I think we should go. That said, there are two issues that I think that our community is missing. I mean, they're getting them confused. One is the regulations that was passed and that we are currently involved with in the court system. The other is the ballot initiative that is coming up in November. And I have no idea what Governor Hickenlooper plans on talking about. We shall see. But you know, is that what you said? Okay. But I think it would be a good idea for our council to be present. He did at the COGA conference say that, he wanted to have a town hall discussion. He's coming to town. I learned about it 3 days ago, and it's a chamber event, and I don't know to what extent we're going to be participating. I get the impression we're just kind of going to be audience members, but we're probably the people the governor should be talking to, so we should be present. And I'm unaware of any personal phone calls or invitation other than our own chamber. That disappoints me. And so it'll be an interesting night, 6:10. Hope to see you all there.
Councilmember Santos.
Councilmember Levison asked, was it a notice meeting? We were invited by the chamber, so if members of council go, it's a chance meeting. So just to clarify that potentially. Because I won't be there. I'll be out of town. As Councilmember Bagley mentioned, I'm actually quite disappointed too in the governor and his decision to call the chamber instead of talking directly to the, and I know we're in a lawsuit, but still talking directly to the elected officials of the city of Longmont. Apparently, apparently that we're, I guess, not that important. I'd also like to thank the Water Department for the Wall Water Tour and the 100-year hats that those members of council, 130 years, excuse me, 130-year hats that we received, and you must be present to win. Exactly, you must be present to win.
They were cool.
They're really nice. It was a really great tour. We got to see quite a bit, and it's always interesting to see some of the assets that we have in the city that the past councils have approved, and we reap the benefits of currently. I'd also like to thank Tom Munoz and the staff of LPC for having me today. I give directors, and there's 2 directors I still haven't gotten to yet, but I plan on it. I give directors at least one day, and they can put me in any job or wherever they wanted to place me. LPC, I got to do meter readings, worked on the fiber optic loop, went in a bucket truck, listened to the manager's meeting. That was, I got a little carried away there. But thanks to LPC for having me, and it was definitely a worthwhile trip. I would recommend any council member, if you have the time, to at least give a day to a director and see where they put you. Since we're not having a meeting on the 25th, on the 29th, Coffee with Council at 9 a.m. at Santiago's at 215 Main Street. It looks like it's going to be myself and Councilmember Witt scheduled the 29th.
I'm there.
Saturday, September 29th at 9 a.m. at Santiago's Coffee with Council. Thanks.
Councilman Samar. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I would second and third the thank yous for the water tour. That was great. I got to learn a lot, and so did my son, because he went along too. And those are really nice hats. I don't usually wear hats, but that one was pretty comfortable. And I would second the cake store. That is very, very delightful. So I would encourage everybody to go there. And other than that, no comments.
All right. City Manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
City Attorney, Eugene May, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
All right. Meeting is adjourned.